that the Board of Directors of the Green Mountain Water and Sanitation District of the County of Jefferson, State of Colorado, will hold a special meeting at 6 p.m. Tuesday, October 25th, 2022 at 13919 West Utah Avenue, Lakewood, Colorado 80228. This meeting will be held for the purpose of conducting such business as may come before the board. This meeting is open to the public. Virtual meeting option for those who may not be able to attend in person. The district will offer the option of participating in this meeting via video/conference call. To attend, please go to https://web06web.zoom.us/j//895-332-25776 or call 669-900-6833 and enter the meeting ID 895-332-5776. To troubleshoot issues with the connection at the time of the meeting, please follow the link https://hc//sections//en-us//sections/200305-593 If you still experience issues, email customer service at greenmountainwater.org and our IT staff will assist you as soon as possible. The district does not discriminate on the basis of race, age, national origin, color, creed, religion, sex, sexual orientation, or disability in the provision of services. People with disabilities needing reasonable accommodation to attend or participate in a district board meeting can call 303-985-1581 or email customer service at greenmountainwater.org for assistance. Please give notice as far in advance as possible so we may accommodate your request. Agenda item number 1 is called to order and declaration of a quorum. Jeff Baker present.
Todd Hooks present.
Dave Wickman.
Present.
Roger Wendell present.
All the directors are here. I declare a quorum. We'll close agenda item number 1, move into agenda item number 2, directors matters and disclosure matters. Do the directors have anything? There's nothing, so we will close agenda item number 2 and move into agenda item number 3, approval of additions to and deletions from the agenda. We have none of that, so we will close agenda item number 3. We will move into public comment, a limit of 5 minutes per person. For pass motion of the Green Mountain Water and Sanitation Board of Directors, May 11th, 2021. Members of the public wishing to address the board during the public comment period are asked to keep the comments civil and related to the items in the agenda or to the conduct of the district business. Members of the public wishing to address the board will be recognized by the board to maintain proper decorum. Since the Green Mountain Water and Sanitation District Board values your input, we always offer additional opportunities for the public to provide comments using the district's email system or by phoning into customer service in the event they do not get in on during the meeting during the period set aside for public comment. Do we have anyone in the room? No one's in the room. Do we have anybody online who would like to speak? Amara had her hand up first. Amara, you have the floor.
Good evening, everyone. First, I want to thank the board for their obvious conscientious attention to this proposed budget. I know all of you are assiduously examining it and doing your best to make sure we end up with something that is fiscally responsible. 2 weeks ago, I commented upon this budget, the proposed $8.3 million deficit, and asked that it be brought back to the drawing board. I was disturbed during the discussion in explanation of this proposal, justifying so much expansion of capacity. I'd like to remind the board that this is a municipal public water district. It is not a profit-seeking corporation, nor an enterprising entrepreneur. It is not the board's job to expand market share or bring in new customers or new markets. Expanding capacity should not be a priority in this budget or in the activities of the board, especially when we are a 96 to 98% built out district, and many of our lines and services are 80 to even 100% at capacity. The priority in any capital infrastructure at this time for Green Mountain needs to be on R&R, repair and replacement. There is much deferred maintenance, has been discussed repeatedly, that was neglected by former boards and needs to be done. The current residents and constituents of this district deserve to have those R&R projects priority, not an outside developer, not an outside profit-seeking builder. Therefore, I am hoping that tonight, the unicorn projects of expanded capacity will be removed from this budget. Secondly, in these R&R projects, of which there are many, as I mentioned, since there is much deferred maintenance, I don't understand the presentation, and I'm curious why, of projects that will take 1, 2, 3, 5, maybe 8 years to do, all being dumped into 1 year's 12-month budget. This is a 12-month budget. We all know that the wish list of infrastructure replacement and repair is not going to happen in 12 months. We don't have the money for it. Logistically, we don't have the staff and resources for it, nor could we contract third parties to do it in 12 months. So why is the money for these multi-year projects being asked for in a 12-month budget? Those long-term projects, R&R, infrastructure, deferred maintenance, whatever you want to term it, needs to be presented separately to you as a board and say, hey, we've got these projects, they're going to take 8 years, 5 years to do. Here's how we propose to allocate the monies and the resources to accomplish those logistically in the next few years. But for this year, this year, we're proposing in this 12 months, this much money in this project. Lastly, I have a creative solution if you feel the need to expand capacity for developers, whether they're building 12 houses on South Union or have a beautiful palace at 59 Brownfield. We all know where that is. The developer must pay if we have any areas in our district that are at 80 or higher % capacity. We cannot simply put on the backs of your existing constituents a build out of expanded capacity for them. They must pay the full cost and price, including in that quoted price to them, future maintenance and R&R. Also, even if you choose to do that, even if a developer comes to you and says, I need it now, I'll pay the full 100%. They're leapfrogging your existing R&R projects that existing homes, existing residents, existing businesses need done, as you have so aptly described in many meetings. If they want to leapfrog existing residents, that means the cost for those existing projects is going to go up when you finally get to it. And your risk of having a failure or a break goes up if you put off existing projects, existing deferred maintenance to expand capacity for a developer. My suggestion is if you want to do that, you offer to them to pay a priority fee. This is a known practice in many industries where limited resources exist, but people have time-dated projects. I know, I participate in one with one of my vendors that is critical to 2 of my businesses. You can say to them, here's the cost of building out the expanded capacity. And oh, by the way, since you want to leapfrog these other critical projects we have in our existing district with our existing residents, there will be a 30, 40, 50% priority fee for you to leapfrog. You then take that 30, 40, 50% priority money, you put it aside in a separate fund that goes to pay for the R&R projects you've now postponed, which will be a higher cost in the future. I thank you for your consideration. And I ask you to also remember in doing this, none of this will be reconciled until we bring our tap fees and our service fees into reality and realignment with where their value is in 2022. Other districts have done it. Arvada has doubled their fees, Castle Rock has doubled their fees, and I don't understand still while Green Mountain resists bringing our fees into alignment. We wouldn't be in a lot of the position we are now had we done that before. Thank you so much for listening to what I had to say.
Thank you, Marla.
Thank you.
Who is next, Sam?
Alex.
Alex, you have the floor.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
First of all, thank you for the board taking the time tonight, and thank you, Sam and everybody else for running the meeting there. And Imara has actually just succinctly covered quite a few of these points. Let's not mince the words. I think the district and other districts in the state are now in a state of emergency. As Imara had alluded to, I was actually going to read some quotes from an article from October 19th, where Arvada has recently doubled their tap fees. They're now at $54,000. Now, to be realistic, some of that tap fee goes to, I understand Arvada has their own water processing facilities, but still, they doubled their tap fees. As you know, I was a board member in the past, and I was sitting there in your seat where you're sitting right now, and I was listening to how we were constantly being reminded that development pays for itself. Looking at the numbers that are thrown into this budget is starting to make me wonder, as a constituent in the district, and as well as the other constituents should be wondering whether that is true or not. Arvada's officials are basically saying that they're now out of capacity in parts of their system, and that the development should indeed pay for itself in that system. So I hope you take that under consideration strongly. To Amara's point, I remember again sitting in your seat and barely being able to justify increasing the system development fees just to keep up with inflation, because as you all well know, due to some of the engineering advice and decisions that I still fail to understand from years prior by previous board members and others, that those development fees were not raised for well over a decade. I believe, if I recall correctly, last time they were adjusted before we significantly had adjusted them was back in 2004. So one's got to wonder why that wasn't being done. I also remember pretty much being mocked for suggesting that the district should have been looking into potentially purchasing water rights to mitigate some of the emergency drought conditions that we are now in. So unfortunately, a lot of the things that we were speaking to at the time have materialized much, much quicker than we could ever have thought. So as you're looking at this budget tonight, please, please strongly consider what Imara had just talked about, and please make sure that the constituents of the district are not subsidizing the mistakes of the past that were made due to the reasons I had mentioned and others. And before the constituents have to shoulder the expenses for these misses of the past, I think that the board should strongly consider adjustment of the tap fees, and again, the development really should pay for itself, as we have been told numerous times. And I hope you keep that in mind as you are considering this budget. Thank you so much for what you do. It's a very hard place to be. There's hard decisions to be made, and we appreciate your time and effort. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Alex.
Do we have, who else? Who's next? Dave? Dave, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I can't be with you guys tonight. I tested positive for COVID yesterday. Not something I would encourage anybody to do.
I feel better.
I just want to say that I don't think the sky is falling. I listened intently at the last meeting. It was either listen to the board meeting or listen to a speaker at a 50th college reunion, and you guys had the better option. I do think we ought to be concerned about new development. Of course, everybody has the same view on that. I know where individually you all stand. I think you're all in the right place. But the sky isn't falling. We're not in the business of making a profit. We just haven't done a very good job collectively, several boards past, in managing the projects that should have been accomplished. We're behind the timeline on repair and maintenance. And, you know, you never catch up on infrastructure. It's always going to be in front of you. But you've got to do as much as you can every year to be in a position to serve the district as best you can. There certainly are many reasons for increasing the tap fees and for making sure developers pay their fair share. But at the same time, we have to make sure that we're recognizing that some of those developments will serve people who will be future customers, and the developer will back out. And then we're left with voters. And that's something we should always keep in mind. So I applaud what you guys are doing tonight. You're doing yeoman's work, and not enough people will ever say thanks. So from my perspective, thanks for what you're doing.
Thank you, Dave. Okay, I think that's it on public comment. I'm going to close public comment and open up agenda item number 5, discussion on the 2023 draft budget. We have core A, B, and C and D draft versions, budget versions.
Yeah, I can address the fire points if you want me to. So the original budget was put in with the cost, the 1.6% increase of water rates from passing that cost on from Denver Water, because Denver Water is increasing their water rates by 1.96% increase. So we'd have to increase our water rate. That's a cost per 1,000 gallons, an average of 9 cents to the customer for tier 1, 10 cents for tier 2, 11 cents for tier 3. And if I say anything wrong, Doug will correct me. And so we're passing that cost on from Denver Water onto the customers in the form of about, for tier 1, 9 cents per 1,000 gallons. So that cost will increase to cover the cost from Denver Water. And then due to the cost of supplies and labor, we're increasing the service charge per month by 65 cents from $16.35 to $17 a month. And then moving that covers, you know, the amount of money we have to pay Denver Metro and the amount of money we have to operate with, and then there's surplus money of around $325,000 that goes into reserves. So we have, just to address, hopefully everybody's listening, we have $20 million in reserves from past system development charges. Okay, so when all this stuff was being built out, people paid millions of dollars to build it, and we put it in the bank. So we have $20 million in the bank. So that's where everybody panics to see the $10.9 million for a lot of both system development and replacement of overcapacity. That's coming in. Go ahead.
So that statement's not totally true, is it? Because we have our service charges that we do to the constituents, and that also goes into that 20 million, does it not?
Yeah, a certain percentage of that's true. So like, for example, in 2021, we made $3.6 million in tap fees, service development fees, and we're projected to only make 80,000 next year. So we have both money in past system development charges, our fees, our tap fees, whatever you want to call them, in the bank, which is $20 million. And so that's why we put it in the budget, the original budget, 10.9 million, will start replacing some of these systems that are over capacity and do this system improvements. So we have system improvements and over capacity. So that covers mainly the first original draft. And then we met with the board in separate meetings to just, you know, legally in separate meetings to discuss, okay, what can we eliminate on the original draft budget to come up with a version 2. So we looked at the original capital on the draft, and we eliminated $6 million of capital improvements. Mainly the two big ones were infrastructure replacement due to capacity, which was around $3.5 million, and then the replacement of the cast iron water line on Union at 2.5 million. So remember that, you know, some of the key characteristics on this system is that a lot of the drinking water pipes are cast iron, or some of them are 70 years old, very old system. So we have to, just like everybody talks about, we're all in the same boat here, because we know from like customers talking about, hey, in the past, some money wasn't spent that should have been spent. So we're looking at cast iron lines to replace those on system improvement for cast iron drinking pipe. And then we show our sewer pipe, because the board did a great job by implementing the 0.7 as capacity from 0.8. So now 0.7 is our capacity. So that's in our rules and regs to say some of these sewer systems on modeling show they're over 0.7, they're actually running full, they're running 100% full. So that's why we prioritize the Union wastewater line and the Kentucky wastewater line, because they were running full. So we took off Union, that was 2 million. We took off the pink pump station, increasing that flow, because the peak zone's supplying the buildings on Union. We took that off because if they build out the property on the new GSA, we could probably pass that cost on to them to improve 2 new storage tanks and higher pump flow, because that's part of our boundaries. So we took that off. And then we took off, since we took off the Union wastewater line, we took off the Union drinking water line too. So that's where we're at now with version 2, is taking that $6 million off. So nothing changes to the customer. So the customers aren't, you know, this $6 million is coming out of reserves, just because we have 20 million in reserve, and we usually spend between 2 and 3 million on capital a year. And in the past 3 years, we haven't been able to spend 2 to 3 million mainly because of the COVID pandemic, with the supply chain shortage and the labor shortage. So that's the version 2, 6 million removed out of the capital, and still increasing water rates 9 cents, 10 cents, 11 cents based on tier 1.6% to cover the Denver water cost, and then the cost to cover the inflationary services, the service fee cost of 65 cents. So basically that $6 million, the customer isn't really paying any of that. Does that make sense? That's coming out of reserve from past fees, system development fees, and other charges. And then version 3 puts less stress, and you can play with these numbers in version 3. Version 3, you can play with these numbers. So in version 3, you're taking, you're actually increasing customer service bills to cover the extra 2.5 million in the capital, pass that on to the customer. So in version 3, that cost of 2.5 million, that 2.5 million doesn't come out of reserves. That cost is actually passed on to the customers. You guys, am I making any sense?
Yeah.
That makes sense. That's at a high level. So version 1, basically, you know, the first original version, you have 10.9 million, which set off all kinds of alarms. And that was coming out, that was just really hitting our reserve, because we have 20 million in reserves. And then in version 2, we knock it down to 4.9 million, and you're coming out with like 2.5 million coming out of reserves, out of the real 20 million, because you're normally spending about 2.5 million in capital. And in version 3, you're passing on that 2.5 million, instead of pulling out of reserves, you're passing on with customers. Those are the 3 versions we're at now. Anything you got to add, Doug, or anybody? Doug did a really good job putting this together.
Mr. Tyus, a question. So 20 million in reserves, the bulk of which came from past development fees. So originally, or the original intent was to eventually spend a portion of that money on these things that we're talking about. So putting that aside, in your opinion, what is a reasonable amount of money in this day and age with this huge amount of inflation? How much money should we have in reserves, regardless of where it came from at this point? Just theoretically, what's a good number?
Yeah, so we discussed that as a staff today, and our number is 15 million in reserves. So that's the number.
That would cover most contingencies and.
Yeah, there's a lot of emergency situations going on. You guys know better than anybody, especially our customers, you know, between fires, drought, Even cybersecurity is a big issue. You had the city of Lafayette, and then you had Roxborough Park being held for ransom. So we're doing everything, our IT guys are working super hard to protect us from ransom, but now we have other emergencies. So the number we think as a staff is to have in reserves is $15 million in reserves. So we keep 50 million in reserves. And since we're behind and we're budgeted for about 2.5 million per year without reserves, you could spend that 5 million. And I agree with what everybody's saying. It's going to be hard to spend 5 million with this era of supply chain issues and labor issues. So even if we wanted to bring our 20 million down to 15 million, it still might take a few years with that other 2.5 million going into it. Does that make sense?
Exactly. I would clarify, I don't think we want to bring it down intentionally, but we want to use it wisely. And I have to ask this as well. Apparently there'll be some interest rate hikes that will benefit us either way, keeping these large amounts on hand.
Yeah, so,
case?
yes, sir. So right now the interest rates, Mr. Hooks probably knows better than anybody, the interest rates are 3.25 or 3.15%, which has gone up dramatically because of the Federal Reserve. We're predicting they could go up as high as 5%. So if you're getting 5%, on 20 million, that's on 1 million a year. So you're getting, you're starting to pay for capital that way. And so if you start dwindling that capital over a period of time where interest rates max out and start going back down, and you still keep 15 million, you're probably going to average, based on history, somewhere between 3 and 5% interest in the next 2 or 3 years before interest rates go down. So if you still have 15 million in the bank, you can imagine, you're still making up to 700,000 a year you could put back into capital or put it back in reserves.
All right, thank you.
Anything you got to add, Doug? Doug did a really good job putting all this together.
No, I think you handled it great, Jeff.
Yeah, feel free to put your input in anytime, Doug. You're the expert. So that's where we're at. So we're at basically the original version. So version 2, like I said, remove 6 million out of capital, mainly the 3.5 million in infrastructure due to capacity, and then the 2 million for the water line and on Union, the cast iron water line, in the also the improvements on some of the drinking water systems. So just to be clear, everybody hears on the news, the big hot topic in America is infrastructure, and that's why the federal government came out with the bipartisan infrastructure law, and we're working really hard to try to get $4 million of that bipartisan infrastructure law as basically money that we don't have to pay interest on and we don't have to pay back. There's a lot of loopholes in that it's hard for us to qualify for that because of, number one, we have $20 million in the bank, and number two, some of the areas they're focusing on are areas that are high with certain chemicals like the PFAS chemical that's making the news all the time. So they're focusing on lead pipe, PFAS in different areas of the United States. So that's why we're kind of at the bottom of the list where we're at, because we don't have PFAS in our water because the water comes from Denver water, snow melt, it's coming up from Dillon Reservoir and through tunnels, so it's not picking up PFAS. And then Denver water is already taking care of the lead piping for us, so we don't have to pay for that. But we're looking into that for them. So the big emphasis with version 2 is just the removal of $6 million, and then the normal cost passed on to customers due to regular service charges of 65 cents a month, and then the 9% per 1,000 gallon increase due to Denver water increasing. And just a quick review, Denver water is in the process of rebuilding their infrastructure because their infrastructure is aged big time. The Moffett water plant's over 100 years old. So they're building a $600 million water plant right off Highway 93 and 64th. So they're investing $2.3 billion in their infrastructure over a 10-year period. So that's why they're starting to raise their rates.
Can I ask, and I apologize if I missed this somewhere. Do we have a sense of what maybe the average residential bill typically is in 2022, pick any season or month, and what it would be if version 2 were adopted? Like, does the average family pay maybe $110 a month for water? After version 2, if it were to go into effect, they'd be paying $135 a month. Do we have any sense of that?
Yeah, we didn't calculate that. We didn't put that in there, but you know, it all goes back to this beautiful chart right here. And keep in mind, Denver Water uses the same chart, except theirs is a lot more detailed. Denver Water puts up a chart like this at the distributor form that includes like 20 utilities. So you can see that, Doug could probably crunch these numbers better than I can, but if we're increasing tier 1 by 9 cents per 1,000 gallons, and what do you guys say the average customer could use per month? Maybe 10 to 20,000 gallons of water.
Actually, I do have those calculations here, Jeff.
Yeah, go ahead.
So for 2022 rates, compared to the 2023 on version 1, it would be a $2.11 increase in the winter. And in the summer, it would be a $4.14 increase. So respectively, that's 1.78 and 1.72%. And then in version 3, sorry, I thought I had that open, give me just a moment.
Remember, version 3 is covering the cost, not using capital reserve. So it's going to be,
Correct.
So it's gonna be more,
yeah,
sure.
it's going to be more.
So
That's
for
okay.
version 3, the difference in the winter would be $18.31, and in summer, $40.78. So respectively, 15.47% and 16.90%.
Pretty significant. So I can tell my neighbors up on the hill here by Green Mountain High School that if we were to adopt version 2, roughly your bill would go up a couple dollars each month in the winter, $4 or $5 in the summer. Is that fair?
Yeah, for the water rates per 1,000, and then the 65 cents per month for service fees.
I thought we figured
No,
this.
that's all
10,000 gallons.
That's
Yeah,
all.
that's all
included.
included.
includes
So that's the
everything.
whole month.
Yeah, there you go. That's all.
The whole
included.
2-month period, yes.
Good. Perfect. So you're looking at
Thanks.
version 2, somewhere between $2 to $4 per customer per month, and then version 3. Remember, version 3 is just shooting out numbers to see if we can cover how much money it really take to cover capital instead of using reserves. That's about $2.5 million out of capital.
And version 2 would take us to 15 million in reserves.
No, it'd probably take us to, maybe if we're lucky, if we did everything next year, it'd probably take us to what, 17.5 million maybe, or 18 million? You have so much
No,
money.
so version 2, after removing the infrastructure due to replacement, or infrastructure replacement due to capacity, excuse me, that would take us down in capital reserves to 21 million plus.
Yeah, because we're still carrying over projects and we're still accumulating money.
Okay.
Hey Doug, those numbers, are those monthly or are those per billing cycle every 2 months?
That was per
Oh,
billing
interesting.
cycle every 2 months for residential.
Yeah, so
Okay.
$2 to $4 every 2 months. There you go. So we keep accumulating money because number one, we're not completing a lot of projects.
Which will be to our detriment in the long run.
Yeah, that's not a selling point.
And I certainly don't want to raise anybody's rates even a nickel every billing period. But a nickel sure beats $40.
Yeah, these rates in version 1 and version 2, remember the rates are just being increased to cover the cost from Denver Water.
Sure.
Okay, so can we, or I want to work, I don't know, I guess based on the third paragraph, when we get into like all the salaries, blah, 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 blah. So I was just going to kind of work backward from it. So how much are the like if we increase the medical and premiums to full coverage, how much does that end up costing us on a per person basis as opposed to a percentage?
Go ahead, Doug, you probably know better than I do. So if we cover we go from 80% to 100% coverage per person, what's going to be the average? Is it $150 a month or $200 a month? You know, Doug?
So it depends on whether family coverage, employee, spouse, or individual. But For an individual, the annual cost for doing that would be, and it depends on the plan because we have 3 different plans, but let's say the most expensive plan, it would be $1,800 for the year for an individual. And for a family, it would be $4,300 a year.
Okay. And that, I guess the good thing for that is pre-tax. That's not, I mean, under the new rules, that's not included in the salary. So.
Correct. So
Okay.
yeah, it is pre-tax for the employee, and
Okay.
obviously
Well,
we're
that's
tax
good.
exempt, so we don't pay any taxes as a district.
Okay, so then working back the next thing. So I was trying to understand this with Jeff. So the emergency on-call daily fee. So is that like, do you do that at a week at a time for a person, or how does that typically work? Like, is it so like they're on for 7 days. So under the current thing, they get $210 for the week, and under the new proposal, they'd get $350 for the week. Is that how that works?
Yeah, it's for the week, and then weekends are actually $50. So it's $30 for the weekdays and $50 on the weekends. And we're proposing to do the actual person that takes all the calls, regardless if they go out or not, $50 a day for the whole week.
Okay. And then I'm assuming they also get like their regular, it's probably time and a half or whatever on the calls.
Yeah, for overtime. Yeah, but
Okay.
they do get all the emergency locate calls during the day as well. Even if that's
that
not
would
part of
be-
their job. So
Okay, so I'm trying, so when you
What
say
does that-
emergency,
What does that mean?
yeah, so because to me, that would be like regular workday stuff if it's during the day,
Yeah.
but
right, but the emergency locates, since we had to switch to tier 1, they all have to be sent through our emergency phone line. So those calls come straight to that person and that person only. They don't come to the office.
does that mean, so if, say I needed to dig at my house and I called you, is that person would be the one responsible for coming out and doing that?
No, they're not responsible for doing the work, but taking the call. However, that's not an emergency. Emergency would be, somebody hit a gas line. We need you there right now.
Okay, okay. Okay, and so the medical premiums and so the amounts that you gave me, was that for medical and dental or just for medical?
So currently dental is covered 100%. Those amounts are clearly much smaller compared to the medical premiums.
Yeah.
So that was
that's
just medical.
Okay. So then the 4% dental increase is just literally taking it, I'll just make this up. If it was $100 a month, it's now $105 a month.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And so then so the salary, so there was like ranges on the thing that we had from Denver Water that went from like 3.7 to 6.7 or something like that. Does that sound right?
I'm sorry, for Denver Water increases? Or?
I think, or wait, maybe it was the Employers Council. I'm trying to think of what I was looking at.
Yeah, the employer council survey was 4.8 to 8 or 6.8, 4.8 to 6.8 was the employer council. 4.8, they're based on survey. So
This is what they're requesting. A 4.8 and 4.8.
the employer council survey is based on like 700 different organizations, and their survey said, okay, those 700 organizations, their raises are going to be between like, I think it was 4.3 to 6.8.
That's the raises they're requesting, or that will be awarded.
Probably requested, because it has to go through the board. Everything has to go through boards. And all these boards are doing the same thing you guys are. So everything's in request stage.
And just to clarify that is not totally right, because the average is 4.3 from the Employers Council, and that does
Okay.
include credits. So it's an average raise of 4.3, and then with performance bonuses, it goes up to 6.8. This suggested budget doesn't include any, as far as I know, no performance budget raises. Is that correct, Mr. Peck?
Oh, this is all performance. So I thought we talked about that 2 months ago, that it would be a 4% sum given on performance reviews. So average of 4% based on performance reviews.
I'm sorry, can you say that again? So there is no cost of living increase in here?
Well, we didn't propose it, just strictly 4%.
You think all employees get a 4% raise based on their performance and all of them get the same performance-based raise?
No, that'd be based on supervisor's determination of their performance review.
So
So
you're
the average
asking
is
for,
4%.
you're asking for not a 4% per person, but enough money to cover 4% per person, and then you will dole out however much you
Yeah,
want
full-
per
yeah.
person.
I apologize, it's actually 5%. Yeah, so we're asking for 5%, and then it's based on supervisor discretion, based on performance review. So we're asking for a total average of 5%.
Okay, I have an immediate motion to strip that out. I don't like that at all. I would like to talk about what would be a cost of living for everybody. And then if we want to go back to do performance raises, that we see, as we have done in the past, a breakdown of employees and how much we're looking at per person. I don't think that the time is right to be doing a 5% bucket overall for all employees. That's just up to your discretion. Does that make sense? I didn't think that's what we were looking at, since there was no breakout per employee as we have seen in the past.
I don't understand the distinction, if you could clarify it.
Well, hang on, is this a motion or it's a pretty long motion?
No, you're right. It's not, I don't know how to, I won't approve a budget based on this. I can just say that. So if I am talking about a 5% raise per employee, that switches my whole perception of what this budget is. There's a couple different ways to do this. What we have seen before would be a proposed 2% everybody gets for cost of living. And then there would be an employee breakdown of also performance-based pays. That would be in there. That is up to supervisor discretion. But we would be able to see that one employee is getting an additional 1%, one employee is getting an additional 2%. That is what led to. That is one way that I use to look at to see, are we spreading them around? Is one person getting 7% and one person getting 0 kind of thing? Does that clarify what it is?
That helps.
And what we're saying now is not breaking it down. We'll just say give 5%. I don't know if that means everybody gets a cost of living. That nobody gets a cost of living, as to what I'm hearing is that they will all be performance based. So maybe somebody gets a 0 cost of living and somebody gets a 10%.
That's what it sounds like.
That is up to supervisor discretion. I don't think
Yeah, I
that's.
apologize. You put that in there because of the July board meeting that we were directed by the board to go with performance raises only. That's why we put it in there. So, but we're the board direction.
So maybe a motion to eliminate this, and then we'll have discussion. We can decide.
Okay,
I mean,
I know, I don't,
because I'd like to discuss it further, just to clarify it.
okay. Well, we can do that. We can take just start from scratch and do, because that is one line item here. We're gonna take out the 5% performance-based raises for everybody, for a bucket of 5%. And reopen discussion on how to do that.
Or whether we're gonna do it.
Or
How we
whether-
vote.
So I guess one of the questions that I would have, and it's not necessarily on that, but so in just like, say, looking at the medical, I mean, if you have a family, you come out potentially, I mean, $2,500 ahead of a person that's single for having a family. And not, I mean, I understand families cost money, but it's like there's a bigger benefit to the families than there is to just a regular worker. And somehow I guess I'd like that to be fairer, weighted some way. I guess without seeing it and trying to grasp that in a little bit, figuring out what might be a good system to try to make it more equitable.
Is it done that way anywhere else?
Well,
The
I
employers
mean, I
I
just
had,
use like at
yeah.
my work, it's all on a percentage like they kind of used to do, so. But what we have is, as the insurance goes up, actually the percentage goes down, so like for an individual employee, we actually pay 100% of their base medical and dental and vision.
Okay,
But like, let's say it's an employee spouse. So that, and I don't have it in front of me, but let's say then we pay the employee and 50% of the spouse. Now it's employee children, but that's more. So we might pay 60% of employee children or 45. I don't know the scale. I can't remember, but
sure.
so then like if it's an entire family, we pay another percentage, and it's just to make it so it's more equitable so that, people aren't getting hit, that they're paying like a fair share of what it is. And so here, I guess to me, just hearing the 1,800 and the 4,300 again, and I understand, I mean, I have 3 kids. I mean, they're more expensive than no kids.
Right.
At the same time, they're getting a benefit the other people aren't getting.
Yeah, the individual single employee,
Right.
yeah. And it's real money. I mean, it's coming out of the district
Correct.
coffers, sure.
Correct. So anyway,
So do you need to think about how you would like to see that done?
well, I guess maybe if I saw, like, if, I don't know if Doug had a spreadsheet or something and we could, because maybe, I mean, if 90% of the people here have families, it may not be that big of a deal. If it's 50-50 or, some other things, I mean, I just want it to work out so that people have an equitable chance at things is what I want it to be.
I have only seen it done the percentage.
Well, that's what we do at our office. But, I mean,
So what you've seen is the same as Todd's.
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't know.
it's not just this big step just because you have a family. It's always a percentage.
Well, no, it would be. I see a percentage just like it's presented here, like
Oh,
you
this-
get covered your 80% of your health coverage, no matter how much it costs. So if it
Right.
costs 1,000 or if it costs 5,000, you get 80% of it covered. So I don't know if you can.
See, and so here, like, let's say depending on well, I'll just use this as simplistic, but I mean, if it's 100% covered, I would always take the best coverage in everything. Why not? Someone else is paying for it. Do you know what I'm saying?
I do. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about their healthcare coverage. Is it one provider? Or do
I
they
think
have a
Doug said it
selection?
was 3.
So the employees
Yeah.
can select one of
Right.
3.
And that's not a bad thing, because I mean, obviously, if, I'll make this up. So if I have cancer, I may want a better health plan than, some 25-year-old that rock climbs and bikes 100 miles a weekend. You know what I'm
Sure.
saying? Because if it saves them money and they're super healthy, I mean,
But these figures, I don't remember them now. It was 1,800 as opposed to.
it was 1,800 for roughly a single person and 43 for a family.
And that's per month. And we're covering the entire
No,
thing.
that's per year.
I'm sorry.
That's per year.
Per
Per
year.
year. 1,800 a year?
So it's, so it's like 200,
That's not very much.
right?
That's a lot less than what I pay.
Yeah, see, and what they have that's good here is, like, their benefits, to give you an idea too, because like I had the average thing, so here, their benefits are about $28,000 to $30,000 a person a year. In industry, they're about 12. So the beauty of it, I mean, they tend to get better benefits. That used to be the huge trade-off before. Was that
Government, yeah,
in any kind of municipality or government situation, you were getting way better benefits and typically more holidays.
Well, we get better rates through, companies that cater to SDAs, special districts like CEBT caters, so we get better rates through them since we're.
So it's kind of like a quantity discount in a way.
Yeah, we get better insurance rates on
Yeah.
everything from medical to coverage of our equipment.
so now I'm more confused. Hey, let's pick, and we don't need to spend a ton of time on this. An individual single employee has an $1,800 a year health benefit.
That's the cost difference if we went from it covering 80% to covering 100%.
Yeah,
So
That
what,
would be the increase.
what
so
is,
that would be
what
what
is,
like they would be paying today.
what
That's
roughly
rough.
is the 80% that they're paying today?
I don't know.
Well, the district pays 80, we pay 20.
Right, so the district bill is $7,300 and the individual's bill would be 1,800. So that's that distinction. That's the 80-20.
So it's about $600 to $700. Like say if it's a single person a month.
Okay,
A single person a month would probably be more like $140 for their individual pocket, but for the total.
I meant the
700.
cost of.
Yeah, 700 total.
$100 a month for that individual.
Right.
That person currently is coming up with roughly another 150 a month.
Yes.
And we're proposing to eliminate that.
Well, no, what I wanted to see if it'd be potentially more equitable, but where I guess what my thinking is because these are before tax, that's better for them.
Of course, yeah.
So to me, giving them something like this, if it's equitable, I like that, I guess, as
I
an
do too.
accountant to tax guy, because it doesn't actually cost them money. So, and they're not, they aren't taxed on it. Then the other stuff, the salary is a separate issue.
I'm in agreement with you, but I still don't understand. Now, what is the benefit if we accept this portion of the budget? What happens?
The
So we
benefit
pay
to who?
To the individual employee, we're currently paying in.
So it would give the single
600.
person a roughly they would give them on that portion an $1,800 year raise. And the family person of $4,300.
And that means that their monthly outlay for their portion of the health care
Would
bill is
go away.
lower.
Would
Or
go away.
completely.
Correct, would go away. Right,
Thanks.
you're welcome. So, and I mean, and that, like I said, that's pre-tax dollars, so they don't have to,
That's
I
quite
mean,
a
they get
benefit.
money without having to pay taxes on it. Which I like.
And I'm assuming all employees opt into the healthcare plan, one of them. You don't have any employees that opt
Well,
out.
people can't
Legally, you can't.
Well, some people that have a spouse,
Right, you can.
like,
do
let's
that.
say
You have to
that,
have-
yeah, let's say I had a spouse that, say here. I mean, if I had a spouse that worked here and the things are 100% covered, I'd want it to go through here.
No, of course.
And then I could skip it at my work. The
What
question is,
what I'm asking currently, you have a single individual employee who's paying $180 a month,
Mhm.
gets married, his spouse or her spouse has a better plan, they pull out of Green Mountains.
it could, or probably
Is
the
that
opposite,
happening, though?
probably the
That's what I'm
opposite
asking.
would happen. The other spouse would come in,
Very few times, okay.
I mean, because and I'll just use it in my work, I can't speak to all kinds of places, but like, we have, one of our project managers, his wife actually has a job with the state, and their benefits are way better than ours. So he just opted out of ours, and what we did was we gave him half of that money back in just like a
I've heard of that,
cash,
yeah.
because we're not paying it. At the same time, I mean, his wife, the state of Colorado was paying it. So and it made sense, I
Right.
mean,
Yeah, I understand. We don't need to beat a dead horse here.
yeah,
All the employees are participating. And we're possibly proposing eliminating their healthcare premium completely,
right,
which is quite the benefit.
it is,
All
it's a
right.
good one.
Haven't heard anything out of you tonight, Dave.
Well, I try to give everybody else a chance, and if my concerns are raised, I don't have to say anything. If not, then I'll bring it up. Yeah,
Okay.
So what do you got on your card?
Well, I'm sitting here and I'm just trying to be mindful. I'm looking at this and, couple of things, we're pushing into a recession. That's a known thing. I also wonder, I'm a little shocked about asking for 100% of all medical, because I thought, or at least everything people I know, everyone's paying out a pretty good chunk of change for their medical per month, per year. So I think that's a pretty big reach to go to 100%. And also on the increase or salary increases, I don't know, I've just been doing a random survey asking people like, what's your increase has been? And I've heard everything year over year of like 1.8%, 2%, 3%, no higher than 3%. So I'm kind of sensitive to what we're discussing here versus what the people, the ratepayers, how they would look at this. So, we're the ones approving their money. That's not our money. We need to be cognizant of we're spending and we're approving other people's money. So I'm just trying to be sensitive to that and weighing, understanding the needs of the staff, understanding the needs of the concerns of the constituents. So.
No, that makes perfect sense.
Some of the things, Jeff, and I gotta say, when I'm looking at some of these line items, and this is getting off of the wages, but, we're looking for these capital equipment requests. And I've asked for business cases, and I'm not just talking about some 1 or 2 line sentences. That's not a business case. And I'm not going to be approving any capital equipment expenses with no business cases. I'm just not going to do it. That's not standard business operating procedure. The fact that what I used to be told, there's what you need and there's what you want. And if it's what you want, you're probably not going to get it. And if you need it, you better justify it.
That was on my list too. So that's kind of an easy one. Did I miss business cases for those?
Well, we saw there was something in there. It was an attempt at it, but it wasn't a business case. So,
So do you think another chance to beef that up before next meeting?
well, so look, Jeff, here's where we're struggling. So we're trying to look at like other districts of comparable size. So you look at like Bancroft, Clover, right? About the same amount of people they serve.
Yeah, best friends with Tim Lowell, when's back off, go talk to him twice a week.
Right. He won't talk to us. He won't talk to us, even though it's public.
Yeah, I know most everybody in the surrounding water districts, and I know tons of
Well,
people
what's
out there.
the size of their staff there?
What is the Bancroft Clover, like 18, they have 9,000 taps, we have 11,000 taps, and they contract all their maintenance work out to CNL. And I'm good friends with Sherry and Larry that own CNL, so yeah.
Okay, and then how about what is it called out there?
Pat Canyon.
Platte Canyon.
Yeah, run by Cynthia Lane. Yes,
Okay. There are how many constituents out there?
they're bigger. I don't know the exact number of employees, but they serve more taps than us.
Right.
But their contract, their repair water main breaks and installs too.
Right, so, touchy subject, but it's like, I've talked about understanding the justification of not only all of our equipment, but our staff and right sizing. So it's like, I don't know how to get a handle on any of this here. And it's not from lack of due diligence. I'm trying to understand this, and I'm sorry if it makes a lot of people, I know it's touchy subjects, but we're the ones that approve, we're the ones approving budgets and money. We're approving the people that elected us. We're spending their money. So I'm trying to be considerate of that and then ask the questions that they would ask because they're not sitting at this table. I presume that's why they elected us.
Yeah, so Green Mountain Water Sanitation District is one of not very many that does all their own repair and maintenance, water main breaks. So there's the total staff at Green Mountain Water Sanitation District is 22 people. And they take care of both water distribution and wastewater collection. Some districts only take care of one or the other. And like I said, most water districts do contract out the water main breaks to contractors. It's been, a lot of studies have been done over the past 10 years that show it's cost effective to have our own equipment. And then the asset care program is documented through computer maintenance management systems that show the age of a vehicle is up to 7 years old before it's replaced on certain service trucks.
Well, you just talked about a CMS, or we called it a CMMS, and so it's a big all-up computer software package that you're tracking hours of employees, where everything's spent, where your capital, where your hourly, everything goes. We get a kind of a shotgun chart every month that we have to try and figure out how that all makes sense. And it's hard, it's really hard to make sense. It's very difficult for me.
Yeah, so the service trucks we're asking for are, replacing service trucks that are over 7 years old, and then the camera truck is replacing outdated camera equipment that's over 10 years old. So
That's a $250,000 ask.
yeah, exactly.
Right.
And
Just for the camera.
And the cameras used 5 days a week, all year long, 52 weeks a year. So it's, this type of equipment, that capital vehicle is used every day of every week.
So just little things, I'm looking at these charts in here. So like on property and liability insurance from 2021 to the proposed crossing lines, we're looking at a delta of an upper of $27,000. And then down here, one of the explanations, I mean, there's like several explanations, but the one is general liability based off of annual operating expenses, member-wide rate increases for workman's comp due to adverse loss in recent years. What is the adverse loss?
Well, that's based on our insurance carrier. Go ahead, Doug, take that one if you want. So our insurance carrier comes out with those rates based on an average of what everything's going on with who they insure.
That's a pretty sizable jump. I'm just like, is that everybody is going up like that, or are we just going up like that?
Yeah, so that comes from the CSD pool. That's Colorado Special Districts pool. That's where we get our insurance from. So the one you just quoted, that was actually prior years, but in 2023, they're seeing that across most people. So it's a pool, so they do the same thing as our medical insurance, where pool of special districts together and then do all the rates. And these are budget numbers. These aren't actual because they haven't done their, I can't think of the word, but once they have the people come in and verify everything, that doesn't happen until the end of the year. So I would imagine a lot of districts that are in this pool are seeing increases similar to ours.
Okay, so it's not a unique thing to Green Mountain.
Not because we didn't change any coverages. So if we changed coverage, it would obviously make it go up if we increased it or decreased it.
Okay, thank you. And then on the auto expense, we've got a $25,000 delta. We got a big jump over 2 years. What's going on there?
Yeah, so that budget, we haven't changed that for quite some time. Obviously, gas prices are a very significant cause to that. Other things would be, our large equipment, the dump truck. Mainly this year, we saw one service call was $10,000 just because it's very specialized equipment and it's not cheap. So if we have a service call, it's going to cost a lot. So we wanted to adjust for that.
And then I saw it says that the 2022 Ford F-550 will have higher maintenance costs then the vehicle it replaced?
So it replaced the F-450 that we didn't use often. The 550 we use much more. So obviously the upkeep and the maintenance are going to be more significant.
That doesn't make sense to me. I don't know.
So the F-550 is basically it's a mini dump truck, and we're using that to work on valves that we're trying to catch up on. Well, not catch up on, but do a lot more maintenance on, and without using the bigger dump trucks that cost more to run. Don't necessarily need something that large. The 450 became kind of obsolete just because it had a lift gate. It wasn't used all the time, so it was kind of old and at the end of its life, so we replaced it with the 550. But the 550 comes with more maintenance. It's got a lot more components: the dump bed, dually, all that kind of stuff. Just tire cost basically increases a lot on that because you have 6 tires instead of 4, that kind of thing.
Okay, so Jeff, yeah, like I said, we've got a lot of things on the capital expenditure, like, we heard the want, or, but it's like the business case, so we've got detached server building design. We've got this security system upgrade, 11 sites, I guess I understand that. We're asking for 3 new vehicles, and I think that's about isn't that pretty close to $500,000 for those 3 vehicles?
Yeah, half of it's the family.
Well, I know, but still, and we have no business cases. And then we're looking at office equipment here, server replacement. I don't think that was a big expense. So these are some of the things I'm sensitive to. We're looking for, so we're going to spend $250,000 on a GPS truck, and then we're going to buy a GPS Trimble collector. So we're going to have another GPS device.
I can talk about the GPS device. So we, 7 years ago, we purchased a GPS device based on Denver water standards so that we could cut the costs out. They charge $10,000–$15,000 per project to come out GPS, which is required. So about 7 years ago, we got a GPS device. It was about $30,000. And through getting that, we saved about $300,000.
That's a good deal.
That's what that's the stuff we need to see for a business case. I think it is kind of spelled out in there, but so it's spelled out there, but it's not spelled out for the truck. See, it's just an ask. Without a justification. And I'm not going to approve myself. I'm not going to approve anything without a justification. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, the only thing they have justifications under capital vehicles was replacing F-350 due to mileage.
What's the mileage?
We'll get back with you. We're replacing the F-34 due to mileage.
So I need more information on that kind of stuff.
So basically mileage.
I'm gonna need to know what that is. Okay, I'm done.
And the
right
mini
now.
excavator.
And the mini excavator, yeah. Sure, it's a nice to have thing, but we're obviously doing it without it now. I'm just worried we're moving into a recession year. Things are they are getting crazy already. And we need to be really challenging what we're spending money on and why. It needs to be really something we need.
So just to clarify, the mini excavator, that's just an attachment to the one that we already own. That sheep's foot roller. Yes, we do own the mini excavator.
Okay, say that again.
We purchased, we purchased the mini excavator this year after board approval and budget approval. And the sheep's foot roller is just an attachment which compacts the dirt after a dig.
So do we have jumping jacks here? Do we have those things, the handheld jumping jacks and stuff? Gas powered?
I could speak to that, Jeff. This is Austin. Yeah, we do have those. We use them on smaller ones. But when you're in a 8-foot by 10-foot hole, you don't get the correct compaction you need. and it would take a lot longer to do a 1x1. Basically is the size of that foot on those small jumping jacks, whereas the tamper footer, they're about 2 foot by 3 foot range, and they offer more of a hydraulic, harder compaction. We have done those small ones in the past and have ended up with some settling issues in those, but the sheep foot roller is more of a mechanical roller in case hydraulics fail out. And sorry, just to jump back to the TV van, I just got information back on the cost on those for like rental. And the big reason that's in there is we've ran into a ton of maintenance, and the rep, it was kind of the same scenario as the jet truck, why we switched those out to a different company. The rep doesn't have the necessary tools to fix everything here. So we literally have to ship our camera to Wisconsin. So the last time we had to send it out, we were out of a camera for like 3 weeks. So when we don't have that, then we got to go to contracting options or rentals. And there's only one place that I know of that rents a van, and they gave me a quote of $10,500 a month to rent a van. So it's more the maintenance is getting there. It's over 7 years old. I presented a thing, I want to say about 3 years ago, on trucks being at the 7-year mark and or higher mileage, so that the district can get a good trade-in value also towards a new truck if we wait and let it go longer and it becomes more maintenance. Those are the reasons behind the pickup trucks. And we're actually getting rid of a 3/4 ton to get an F-150, so better fuel economy, just better vehicle for that.
I understand, but a lot of people are extending, we all used to go by the 7-year average to rotate fleets, and people are going way beyond that now. Where you're having to get more for less,
Yeah, we can definitely relook at it. That was just what was kind of presented before and adopted. So that's
what's the options too? I mean, there's always, and I don't do that, but it's like, I've talked about this, but like leasing fleet options for trucks, where you're not having to manage maintenance and those kind of things. That's the kind of stuff I need to kind of see in a business case. I appreciate what you're telling me, Austin, and I understand a lot of it, but as a board, we're juggling a lot of balls. We get a couple hours a month in this table to make some big decisions, and we need to have, I need to have better information, because there's not enough here for me to understand this stuff.
Yeah,
and I understand it.
Yeah, I got you. Everybody we've kind of talked to, and I can get some more information on that, but leasing doesn't tend to usually work out for districts in our situations. And the way I've kind of always approached it is we are an on-demand system. We're not a contractor. So if we have a jet truck, like speaking to the dump truck, putting $30,000 in 1 month into that truck, when you're going out and making money off of it is different. For us, we just need to be ready to go, repair, fix, have everything, ready, on the dot when the phone call comes in. So keeping newer equipment that's less maintenance and ready to go is kind of the way I've approached it, versus having a truck that we're putting, the possibility of $30,000+ in a year. The jet truck, we pay for that. I think when we did that study for you guys, we brought that up. I think it was like a 2 years roughly to pay that back. And then you're, free and clear. Cause I think for our district, we used to pay like $100,000 a year to get it cleaned. So, and I know that's probably at least doubled now.
I actually talked to my old boss, what he would charge to clean this district. And it'd be about $250,000 to $300,000 just to clean. That's not TV.
Okay.
And that doubles. It'd be about the same as TV.
Yep, I understand, but we just need to see it on paper. That really helps. I mean, that's what the business case is about. You have to go to the lowest common denominator, assume somebody knows nothing about what you're doing. How do you justify that? And yeah, of course, you have like that a 2-year return on investment is the optimum. That's the number everyone shoots for, is to try and get in that 2-year return on investment. Not always possible. That doesn't mean it doesn't make it justifiable, but where I came from, they wanted a 2-year return on investment, which is difficult, but you still have to, it's still important to explain it to somebody that really may not understand what you're doing or wanting, would help immensely.
Yeah, so the basics are, we get really good rates because we're part of a government pool. So we get good rates on equipment, and all of our equipment's paid for in less than 2 years. And it's gonna last at least 7 years. And some of the heavier equipment like backhoes and mini X are expected to last over 12 years. So everything's gonna be paid for in less than 2 years. And then it's rotated out based on mileage and age. And then since we are self-sufficient, that we can respond to any emergency at any time and take care of it, which the staff does a great job responding all the time. And we don't show that high cost because our water rates are still lower than everybody else's. So the cost really isn't passed on. It's just a rotation of equipment, getting the best deal. And this is like Austin said, it's important too, since we are getting good rates on these vehicles, to trade them back in and then get even gooder rates before we actually wear them out completely. So we are in Green Mountain has done a great job rotating out equipment, using the equipment and getting the best use out of it and maintaining the equipment. So it's always ready for water main breaks, because some of these, as we discussed in past board meetings, some of these cast iron water lines are 50 to 70 years old and they weren't installed and bedded right, and they're subject to soil corrosion. So they blow apart, and the joke is they never blow apart Tuesday morning at 8 or 9 a.m. They always blow apart at night or on weekends. So the staff responds very well in a timely manner to fix those with all the equipment running. And they do have a great asset care system by tracking the equipment and maintaining it, so it's always ready.
Director Baker, this is Jesse. I was just chiming in real quick. You had mentioned the server replacement contingency. Did you have a question on that, or are you?
I'm just trying to understand it better, Jesse. I mean, that's why I'm saying that we should have, for all these things that the district or staff is asking for on the capital expenditures, the justification is the business case. So we can read it rather than just see it as a single line item with a price on it.
There's a small description of it above, that just is, it's the amount it costs to replace those servers if we had a catastrophic hardware failure or disaster or something. Do you need, just for my own understanding as I kind of move forward with that, what would you need more detail than just this is the cost to replace them new if there was a catastrophic failure?
Well, so what I would look up there, they have like business case templates, to kind of hit all the different aspects of what different people may want to ask or poke at. You got to look at it like you're a salesperson trying to sell that item to somebody, right? You want to you have to sell it to the board, like the justification of it.
Well, with the contingency, we're not planning on buying a server. That contingency is just there for an emergency scenario where we had to replace. That's why.
And server, look, that's $10,000 or something like that. That's not a big swing. And I think everybody gets that kind of stuff. I think it's when we're moving into, like I'm sitting here. We've got a lot of big trucks here. I think we've got a Kenworth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trucks that are like 1 ton or better. Do we need that many large trucks?
Yeah, we tow a lot of equipment. We have lots of tools, but I have swapped out 2 some of the F-150s, but we got the 450, that's the valve truck that needs that for the payload. Multiple so generators that we have around, and they got ungodly amounts of weight on them with tools and pumps that we're hauling around. But that's just part of the thing. I am trying to switch out some of the 1 tons to the F-150s that are more of these guys that are driving around for meters, inspectors, those kind of things. So
I just see 8 beefy trucks in our district that I understand the need to haul trailers and all that, but you're not doing that every day. So that there just becomes, like you just said, they're just service vehicles driving around. And that's an expensive thing. So that's just how I see it.
So it sounds like there were a lot of questions answered here, but maybe it would be useful to have all of this stuff written up in templates so that we could do it, because we do this every year. We asked for that. I know we asked for this last year too. And that way they would serve us. If we can look at the next month for approval, to approve on this budget, then we would have a template for next year as well. That they would have.
I don't want to have to keep asking every year. For
That's
this.
what I mean.
Yeah.
So get it written down, everything that you asked. Lots of people jumped into comment this year, so we covered a bunch of stuff.
And
So
that's
get-
all good, but look, I can't tell you this. It's like you have to be able to sell this to people.
Yes,
We have to be able, you have to sell it to us. We have to be able to justify it to the constituents. And if we don't understand it, then we're in trouble here. So it's about telling your story and telling it good so we can understand it and make a decision based off of that.
so I'm hearing the answers to the questions that were asked, things like cost of other options, cost of replacing, how the normal lifespan, current problems, and if it's a maintenance issue, things like that need to be written up to be put in the business case for approval next month.
Right, so we're going in, like I said, the key thing, we're going into a recession next year. We're gonna probably see a decrease in, well, what we bring in, what we're doing. So it's like, I would be in the mode of tightening my belt now. So,
Well, do we,
and it should be, we should be doing that anyway.
Yeah,
If it
regardless. if there's a
Regardless,
recession.
if it's, great times or whatever, we're spending someone else's money, so. I'm just trying to be.
So I have
cognizant of that.
I guess a general question. As a utility, if people cannot pay their bills, are they allowed to accumulate them freely? I mean, do we by law have to, like public service, let water run forever? Or do we?
Somehow.
There's a little fun for that.
Go ahead, Doug, you can address it, and Jeff, but we do have to shut it off so people don't pay their water bill in a certain amount of time.
Yeah, so water and sewer are lienable utilities. So if it gets to a certain point where, shut off's not doing it, they're turning their water on or whatever the situation, we can put a lien on their home.
Right, we can turn it off, but if they have the means, they can turn it back on themselves. Is that what you're saying?
Well, some meters are indoors and some curb stops to turn off those houses are inaccessible due to, time, landscaping, whatever. But in those cases, it would be a lien that goes on the property and then we would collect once the home sells.
Right, well, yeah, I just didn't know with tougher times coming, how that would be handled.
Well, I'll tell you this, we are probably one of the most generous districts where we work with customers. We call them ahead of time. We let them know, just call us. We'll work with you. You pay $50 this month. That's okay. We'll get it down. So that is probably one of the greatest things about our district for our customers is that we don't want to shut them off.
Well, no, I don't either, but at the same time, I don't want them having free reign to just abuse us either.
And I'll tell you about one situation happened many years ago where that did happen, where they didn't care. They turned themselves back on. They concreted over the shut off. And what we did was we cut the street, we created a new shut off and shut them off from there. So there are reactions. There are, different scenarios where we can.
Right.
And we cut the street because we had the truck and the tools to cut the street.
There you go.
And the maniacs.
Well, that is another point about having all of that equipment. You were talking about the other districts. A lot of the other districts do contract out. Most of the other districts, I did a lot of research on the size of districts. what I was seeing was they had less contracting expenses than we do in many cases. Even though we have all of this equipment, and their staff sizes are much smaller. Many cases that they have, they contract out themselves. They contract out for maintenance, for admin, for emergencies. There's a lot of cooperation. So if we do have equipment or something, that might be. And I know people have looked at this before, but it's always something to keep in the back of your head, especially when you're having equipment sit. And personnel, if that is.
I work for Arapahoe County Water and Wastewater Authority. A boring machine hit a 24-inch asbestos concrete line right off of Potomac and Arapahoe Road. This is just 3 years ago. Cost $120,000 to fix through contractors. So yeah, it gets expensive once you start hitting lines, and once lines start breaking, it becomes really expensive.
Sure, but maintaining a full service for that for 5 years in case it happens adds up as well.
Yeah, that's why Arapahoe County right there, the highest cost. So this is one of the reasons why they're the highest cost of water. Denver Water goes into, and that's one of the reasons why we're one of the lowest cost of water. Everything rolls up.
Do we have the ability or the authority to go into executive session for anything related to this evening?
No, because we don't have an attorney here.
We do have to have the attorney.
The executive session is for the purpose of receiving legal advice on district matters.
All right.
So the answer is no.
Negotiations. Yeah, like negotiations and an employee.
Right, you still have to have legal counsel present, you know, to enter and exit and all that stuff. You know, you have,
I don't know.
it's really for the purposes of legal advice in regards to all things district related. That's what an executive session's for.
Well, I'll request it next meeting then with Dylan's presence.
Okay. All right. Well, do you guys have any other? Yeah, go ahead.
Wait a little bit. Okay, let me start off with a couple of administrative questions, so understanding timing and stuff like that. I realize I think we're going backwards. We want to have our water rates and stuff for our customers January 1st, our tap fees, stuff like that, all from January 1st. What my understanding is we then have to pass that in the December meeting. And then we have to have a 30-day notice for people to come to that meeting. So that puts us into November.
Correct.
Okay, so, all right, that's part of the question. Now, the other part is, there's always things, what if you've changed your mind or you want to get into it deeper, but you're not ready to go tonight? So my question would be is, you've got to do something in November, you just have to, in order to make those things happen. But what if months down the road, you've looked at the situation further and you realize, oh, we can fine tune this thing even better. Can we make adjustments to the budget, tap fees, stuff like that during the course of the year? Or are we only limited it to this one window per year?
We have, here's my best understanding of it. We just approved the budget to be spent for next year. If we come under that budget, that's fine. You don't want to go over that budget because then we would have to approve. And Doug, is that correct? We would have to approve an increase in the overall 2023 budget, correct?
Yeah,
And
so the rates, so the rates are based on your budget year. So that's typically when you approve them. If anything changes, you can have a rate hearing any point in the year as long as you give that required notice. As far as budget is concerned, if you are going to spend more than you have established with approving the budget, you have to amend that budget with justification, and that submits to the state and all that good stuff.
What I'm looking at potentially happening is there's a lot of detail up here, and I'm just not real confident that that's the way to go over the course of the year. And so if later on we were to sit there and say, well, I don't want to do the Kipling Street, I want to do something else. that's maybe similar in the general area, but are we locked into this exact project?
No, we are not. That's what we're proposed. This is the proposed budget. And something, and we have done that before. There's been reasons something fell off the table. Like during COVID, we had the people that did the lining couldn't finish out. Or, you know, we ran into some additional funds, so we had to amend we had to amend the budget to use that money somewhere else.
So
That's what
sorry, I
people
just
are-
want to jump in real quick. So that wasn't amending the budget. So we were still working within the budget that was approved. As long as we don't spend more than we said we're going to spend, there's no amendment necessary. It's just a vote for the board to move money from this project to this project.
But it's still the color of money too. You can't, like, if you're budgeted for maintenance, there's like maintenance and there's capital expenditures.
Yeah.
I don't think you can cross that line, right?
It's bottom line.
Oh, it's bottom line, okay.
Okay, yeah, that's my question. If it's bottom line, okay, so be it. If we were each line item, and so it wasn't a matter, we moved something from one item to another, we're juggling it around during the course of the year as we know closer what we want to do. Is that doable? Am I hearing, yes, that is a doable?
That's doable. We can adjust in the year.
Okay, very good, all right.
Yeah, the two major rules, the one rule is we have to have a budget submitted by December 31st to DOLA. You know, on the DOLA, you know, Department of Local Affairs, we have to have that budget on DOLA by the end of the year.
Okay.
And then the other rule is we have to give, like you just said, that 30-day notice to our ratepayers if we're going to raise the cost per 1,000 gallons of water, our service fees.
Okay,
You know,
so with that in mind, then it kind of colors my questions and thinking down the road. Okay, next question, this famous page 38. That's got, you know, the three columns. You mentioned too, of course, column 1 is the year 2022. Second, the middle column is the year 2023. And then the last column is the delta. Okay. So the question is, I assume column 2023, the one in the middle, is the one that we're looking at for this year. Okay, no rocket science there. The question then is, the year 2022, the very first column, has that money already been spent? As in sunk, really all, it's just there for information, or is it somehow being
I was just getting this.
anticipating being spent this year as well? Because it makes a big difference, because 2022 was, you know, $3 million. If that money is spent, then okay, that's fine, it's off the books. But if we haven't spent it and we're planning on spending it, then all of a sudden we're looking at 3 million plus 11 million, 14 million. So I'm trying to, is the first column spent or not?
No,
Yeah.
it is what was budgeted for 2023 or 2022. That was what was budgeted. So you see the middle column, that's 2023, what we're proposing. And then the last column that shows the difference between, you know, certain projects. So 2020 sewer improvements. In 2022, we budgeted 300. In 2023, due to inflation and whatever other reasons, it's 575. So that's a difference of 275. So it's just budget to budget comparison. If you look at page,
Okay, well, let me get the definition of budget. It's the sort of thing that budgeted as in you set aside this amount of money, then it could still be there. Or is it budgeted as in we've already spent it? And
so no, budget is strictly what was approved this time last year. If you look at page 3, that will show what we are projecting to spend in each of those categories.
okay,
And then there's actual, what was actually spent.
okay.
And there's
So-
actual from the previous year. Yes.
So for our purposes, I don't need to really look at column 1. It's the middle column that's in play at tonight's meeting.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Now, I'll tell you, and of course, you know that meeting I had with you guys. Okay, question on this concept of infrastructure replacement due to capacity. I think the district's been in business somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 years or more. During all these years, how much have we been paying towards those categories in those 60 years?
Well, that's what, when Jeff started out, that's your tap fees. Right? You're talking about development or the impact of development.
Well, the phraseology is this infrastructure replacement due to capacity. Now, I was noticing on.
So that, let's just stay there. To me, that's because of development, right? I mean, when they developed this thing originally, everything's laid out. It was already designed and set up. Now, if you increase your capacity to that line, that sewer and the water line, that was caused from growth, right?
Theoretically.
Well, that should be the only real reason.
Okay, well, I was going back looking through some older records and I was trying to find the numbers of what we were doing in this category in previous years. And we're only looking at, we've only got 2 years right now. And for 2023, we have numbers. Well, I mean, you can kind of see it right here. It's like we have nothing in these categories here during this year. And what I'm looking for, have we been doing this all along? I didn't see it in previous records.
No, that's why we couldn't raise tap fees. So in 2004, from 2004 to 2015, when everything was built out on Union, we did receive a lot of money from those developers, but we weren't using the proper language and infrastructure replacement due to capacity. That's why in June, in our board June meeting, Director Morgan emphasized a lot, hey, we got to start using this infrastructure replacement due to capacity, because when you hire companies like Riftillis to do rate studies, they start looking at that. So in order to raise tap fees.
Okay.
So that's why there was that long period of time where tap fees.
So are you saying, were we actually maintaining it all along? Is that what you're, or are we
No.
just repairing it?
Well,
He's wondering where the money should have been coming in over these years, or why weren't we spending it on that? As it was
well,
happening?
I've noticed in accounting, a lot of times, you want to do apples to apples. So as the years go by, you have the same categories all along.
Correct.
Well, all of a sudden, I found creative management's all of a sudden create a new category. And it's like, oh, what used to be an old category, we've now divided it into 2 categories. So instead of a category being really big, now we have 2 small categories. That's a little creative bookkeeping. Well, whatever they want to do, but it's hard for me to follow trend analysis when you're changing the labels on things as you go along. So like I said, I want to go back and look at these previous years and see how much do we spend on infrastructure replacement due to capacity. And I'm not sure if that category is in any of our records.
Well, I don't know that we did. I think that is where, like, when we weren't here, that is why the district probably left a lot of money on the table with these big developers over in Union and other places, because essentially no one put them on the hook for all the stuff that was done. And so
It wasn't discussed. It wasn't even thought about. It just kind of like, it was very static and stable from everything up till in the last 4 years.
So essentially, we're behind the 8 ball, trying to now rectify it by playing catch up, if you can charge more, trying to hold the line on costs. I mean, they just did whatever they wanted for those years and let the developers do whatever they wanted. And who knows how much money, say over that 11 or 12-year, 15-year period, literally just went into the developers' pockets for profit, instead of here, that should have been for, literally in our savings or for infrastructure repair or capitalization. That money just went away because it was not being watched.
That doesn't surprise me. Okay. So I guess
Or doesn't exist.
So like when I was in here with Director Morgan, when we were in here, it's kind of said, she's the one that's been calling us out, like, I'm wanting to increase the tap fees. She's telling us you've got to have a good reason to explain it.
Mm-hmm.
And so that goes to your question. Nobody cared. And no offense to anybody in the room here, I'm talking about at the board level. Nobody cared enough to actually take action on that. They never took any action on it because they just didn't. It was very static. So with that being said, now going forward, you're going to see these discrete breakouts, because that is going to be the only way when we generate this algorithm for these tap fees, that's gonna be the justification that we can add that variable into the algorithm to charge. Is that good?
Yeah, so we pretty much screwed ourselves. That's the long and short of it. And all those monies can't be recouped at this point. You cannot go back to the developers and ask. And what I don't know is, because I mean, I haven't been here for 60 years, I've been here for a year. You know, we're now trying to obviously hold them accountable, which you want to do. I agree, we all could. I mean, why should we have the customers of this district pay for something that somebody new is placing, you know, a burden on us? They need to pay their actual cost of bringing that into being.
And that's obviously where I'm going here. And so when we had our discussion, I mentioned that as an old economist, I was looking things as kind of straightforward and simple. It's like you got water costs that you pass on from Denver Water. You got sewer to pass on from Metro West. And then you have service charge, which is kind of all of our administrative costs, whatever. Then a fourth item is you got reserves, which is kind of depreciation. You know, your stuff's gonna need to be replaced at some point, whether it's a computer, a car, or a pipeline. You know, 80 years back, you know, you gotta start putting your money aside now, so then you have it when the time comes to replace it. So I'm kind of breaking it down to 4 basic items. Obviously, there's a lot of subcategories.
Well, can I just pause you for a second? So 3 or 4 years ago, Merrick did there was McLaughlin back then, came in and was talking about the infrastructure replacement plan. Is that right, Sam? Is that, do you remember that? We had, and what I didn't like about it is it was like this catastrophic thing. It's like, you guys need $100 million. That's what it was.
Wow.
I'm like, what? You know, and you're like looking at the time it was around 14 million. And it's like, okay, how are you gonna explain this to the public?
Right.
It's like, great, it just dropped on my watch. It's like I wanted to, you know, go
Right.
get hit by a car.
And-
So let me just, so at that time, with the infrastructure replacement plan, the capital plan, we were trying to look at a Monte Carlo type spread over the years of how much we would have to do. We figured the life expectancy, we're at 50 years or some 60 years, and you got X amount of life left in the system.
Right.
And you're, you know, so, and we've replaced so much, right? So somewhere in there, how much are we gonna need to spend on capital per year?
Right.
And I think we had come up with a number back there, what we would spend on the capital
Right.
expenditures.
Right.
The problem, the escapement with all that, and that's something that's manageable, and we were managing it. The problem is now, and I'm gonna use this as an example. When we're looking at the Kentucky thing, what is that, $500,000, $700,000 to upsize that line, somewhere in there? That was literally triggered by the Alkire development. And I asked that question. I'm like, is this development gonna pay? And are we covered? And the answer was, oh yeah, it's all good. And here we are in 2022. And I can't go back and get that money now, or the percentage of it.
Well, see, at the time with the engineers where they were saying, well, that 80% was acceptable. And so from their viewpoint, we were running at less than capacity, so they didn't see a reason that we would charge anybody. Well, the problem was that took us way over it. And it was like, there was not the anticipation. It was like you catch it after the fact. And so because we were now, you know, instead of being proactive, what we're doing, all this is reactive.
And we can't back charge for it. And if we
Right.
would have caught it at the time and upsized the Kentucky line, then we would have had an algorithm, a cost placeholder to increase those tap fees.
Right.
So we missed these boats on a lot of levels. The right questions were asked, the timing, and then kind of the collaboration of all that together of what we're really wanting didn't happen till it's taking a couple of years to get to where we are now.
Right, and of course, that's my big fear. We've got $150 million of stuff someday has to be replaced, and it's got an 80-year life. We've already been through 60 years. We got 20 years left to get 150 together for all this. I'm looking at a huge special assessment at some point.
Well, that's why you were hearing me. I want to raise the tap fees any way I possibly can,
Right.
pushing the legal threshold any way I possibly can. Of course, Karen, had to choke me out and stop me from doing that, because it
And
probably would have
It's
resulted
like
in a
with Dylan,
lawsuit.
but see, and that's why I was suggesting. Like the surcharges, like the state does this all the time. Call them surcharges, call them fees. What they are is it's just charges. Like instead of them saying, oh, we're taxing you more, there's a fee for everything. It's a tax. And so like if we've got an $8,000 or $7,000 tap fee. So I don't know if you saw the letter I sent out that we got at our firm from Westminster, that theirs were 20 to what, $34,000. Theirs are 3 times what ours are. Then you're
On the low
talking,
end.
that was on the low end. Who was it? Arvada was at what?
Arvada doubled theirs. I think they're close. Customers brought it up. They're
See,
pushing
and I'm
about
trying to figure out
$35,000.
how all
And
these people
Westminster
are doing
jumped up too.
I want to figure out, so I guess my struggle is, how do they legally double them and we can't even get 10%?
Yeah, so,
Like there seems like we're missing how to pull the shenanigans or something that they're doing.
yeah, so, yeah, it's based on the Director Morgan's M1AW, American Water Works Association calculations that Raft Hills crunched the numbers, and then we did talk to on the phone for an expert. We didn't bring him in because they agreed with Raft Hills' number crunching. So it's based on the value of your backbone infrastructure, based on future developers pulling so much water. So Arvada is a huge growing area. So they jumped on the bandwagon at the right time. We should have jumped more on it from 2004 to 2015. So Arvada is being built out heavily, so they doubled their tap fees. And Arvada gets their raw water into their treatment system from Denver Water, because there is a tap fee people have to pay Denver Water in our area. In Arvada, since they're getting raw water into their treatment, they just have to pay Denver Water for the raw untreated water. So yeah, our tap fee, a 3/4 inch tap fee in our area is definitely $7,000, but they also have to pay Denver Water for that 3/4 inch tap fee too, since we're a master metering system.
But see, I still think they're above and beyond there.
Oh, yeah, they all.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
You can say what you're saying there, but I'm still thinking we're the
No,
cheapest state in
I'm
town.
just telling you the facts. I agree. We are cheap. I agree. And we're all in the same boat here. I mean, I'm not, trying to argue with you guys. It's just, we're talking about we're talking about eating an elephant. The only way you're gonna eat elephant is one bite at a time. So this budget is the first bite out of the elephant. That's what you gotta look at it. And keep in mind, these numbers are backed up by everything I emailed you guys. There's a 2020 master plan for the collection system. There's the CDM document that reviews the 2020 master plan. Director Baker's talking about the 2018 asset management plan that Mary put together. And then we have the spreadsheets, and then we're rolling up the asset care management system we use into Director Baker's spreadsheet for the FICA. And then we have also the master plan for the water system. So keep in mind, these numbers are backed up by at least $200,000 in engineering reports and hundreds and hundreds of pages of data. So we didn't make these numbers up. We deal with these every day, all day long, and we have to read those in depthly, and we meet as staff and study those things.
Assuming they're the best numbers in the world, we still have to use the numbers to get the best result. And so my next question would be, is if there's going to be enhancements or whatever you call it, enlargements or whatever, you can't turn the dial up a little bit. Like when your houses came in next to you guys, we want to bring in 12 houses. Well, if we're at 100% capacity and now we need 12 more houses, you can't just adjust it a little bit to get 12 more houses. You got to put in a whole new line, and the whole line is going to be not 12 houses worth. It probably would be, I don't know, hundreds of more houses.
But that's the part that she's talking about. That's the missing
Link.
part of the link of the equation to raise the tap fee. The delta of what you're talking about now becomes, that goes over into the tap fee increase.
So here's my concern. I'm seeing this stuff on the pink zone. And as I understand it, pink zone is the Denver Federal Center.
Yes.
And of course, obviously, my radar's going up. And it's like, are we improving our pink zone facilities in order to be accommodating for some super development coming in on the Denver Federal Center? And, you know, my sense is, I don't want to be giving something, you know, ahead of time. If they're gonna come in and do it, you know, my thought is, you pay for it all up front. You don't make my customers pay for it, and you do it. Well, if they come in and sit there and say, well, I can't pay for the whole thing because I'm not gonna use the whole thing. I'm only gonna be needing, you know, 1,700 units. But in order for you to do this enhancement, you've got to increase the capacity by 5,000. So if they come in and sit there and say, I'm only gonna pay for half of this whole thing, but you've got to you just have to buy the whole project. We have to buy the whole project at a big number.
Well, we don't have to approve it.
No, see, I mean, so.
That's the kicker right there. We don't have to
Some of
approve it.
the things that everyone's talking about and, you know, and what the staff, in defense of the staff and what the staff did, they were showing these capital projects because that was the answer to this missing part of the delta for the tap fees. So we have these 5 areas that are out of control capacity wise. To get these 5 areas up to the level it needs to be, it'll cost that delta. That delta will reflect in the tap fee increase. Regardless of anything happens, we have to somehow, you know, it's what comes first, the chicken or the egg, and you're got to say at this point, you don't want to wait for them to develop, and then because they've triggered it, then you raise the tap fees, right? You got to have it, you got to have the justification before the development starts. And that's what the staff was trying to supply us with the capital projects to show this delta. Am I saying this right?
For sure, this is exactly what happened. So if you review the past board meetings starting in June, and right, we're sitting right here is, hey, we need some more data on infrastructure replacement due to capacity because we're not able to raise tap fees. And we blew it from 2004 to 2015 to raise it. So that's why we came up with this topic. So the peak zone that you're mentioning, yeah, you're right. It's pumping to St. Anthony's Hospital, the hotels, everything along Union, and it's pumping all summer long. So it's pumping 24/7 summer long. So this is the summer. So us as the staff will say, okay, that's out of capacity because these pumps are running all the time. So we figured that out June, July, and August. And keep in mind, everything has to fit together. Engineering modeling might not have caught that. So our staff catches that. So we put that on here saying, hey, this is a capacity year. Now it's on the radar. And that's why in version 2, it got budget version 2 got taken off because yes, if more development goes in there, we're going to flat out tell them, hey, these pumps are pumping all the time and we need to raise fees to cover for this infrastructure. So,
Well, that's
That will be the justification.
yeah. So we have the data to do it.
Well, that's my concern about this page right here, is it looks like, you know, the Federal Center, Union Boulevard come in as a pink zone, saying, get it fixed up now, so when they come in, that now we have the capacity.
No, it's being prepared. The staff was trying to, they heard what we were asking for. And they understood it correctly. From what Director Morgan was saying, you need this to get the higher tap fees. The staff heard that and they went out on the five areas, the top 5 areas that are over capacity. And they went out and looked at these things as projects. This is the cost to bring it up, not to what they're going to add to it. It's the cost just to get it to set back to normal. That's a zero growth thing. That's just
That's zero growth.
That's zero growth. It's like if you want to develop there, it's like that. There's going to be the cost of this plus whatever you're doing. It's going to be an adder. So now we have two adders to the tap fees that we can. Am I doing this right?
Yes, you're correct. So if that zone's going to provide water to that, that new GSA property on the southeast corner of 6th and Union. So we don't have the water, the capacity, the storage tank, the pumping to supply that zone. So we would check. So we're going to have to build a lot of things.
So if we pass all this and fund all this, they can't come in and say, okay, develop my project, because.
Well, that's why we came out with version 2. You know, version 2 eliminates all that, but remember, we have to document this. Everything's based on documentation. We were gonna say, hey, this is backed up by engineering, modeling, asset care, and the board of directors saying, hey, you know, we identified this in 2022 as an issue, and we prioritized it because we had other priorities, and we're gonna do this. So if you know, down the road, we might have to do it, but oh, by the way, if you're gonna build a building there off of 6th and Union, you're gonna have to, you know, it's already been identified, plus what Director Baker said, plus more, because we're already at capacity. So it's gonna be a higher cost. So that was the purpose of get this documented, show it to the people, show everything, how hard it is. You know, it's hard to show this. I think I had an easier time at Coors.
So we're certainly not, we're not encouraging more development.
We're not encouraging, it was just a response
Yeah.
to the board saying, how do we come up with a legitimate way to increase the tap fees?
Yes.
The staff heard that, went off and said, well, you do that by the projection of the costs to bring you to a zero growth. And then whatever your cost of development, you got 2 adders that would go into that tap fee increase. That would trigger that.
And
They're not
that's,
saying doing it, we've got it identified as we're at capacity. Now, we are gonna have to address the aging and criticality of what's going on here in the district. That's all part of what we do, right? But now we're we've been hobbled by that 2004 to 2015
no,
or whatever.
that's what it was.
Yeah, I mean, we're hobbled by that, okay? So we're doing the best we can trying to get there. The staff was trying to support us with what we need to get there.
Okay.
Part of what we need to do.
And that's why, you know, version 2 still contains Kentucky, because Kentucky's the hottest spot. And we have lots of documentation to back that up. Kentucky is still the hot spot for the wastewater collection system.
So even as we do that, if we do that, now that falls into that third discrete column now, right, for the increase of tap fees, because we've identified. Am I right? Is that right?
It could be, but it also, we have collected tap fees, and you're right, we have not used them for capacity projects in the past, so. And it is a health and safety hazard at this point with 100% capacity, so
Yes,
it needs to be done regardless.
that's why we were proposing at the beginning, hey, we can prioritize this. And then, you know, try to say, okay, let's keep 15 million in reserves, and then try to spend 2 to 5 million a year on some of these huge ones, and then really hit, re-examine the formula used to increase tap fees, because that's backed by a lot of laws. It has to be correct. And then really, when more development starts hitting, to increase the tap fees on those, and we can justify it better, because now we have more documentation to justify it.
Well, and you know, we only look at, I think when Amara's talking, we're built out at 98, 99%. The problem is you got all the brownfield, you know, where they're going in and scraping things or EDUs or, you know, and they're not like, if you had an old gas station here, they're gonna scrape it and they're putting in like 10 times what was there or more.
Yeah, they're going vertical.
They're going vertical, so.
Everybody's going vertical.
So now when you have all these different zones, if you're gonna come in and go vertical and densify, we've got to have the corresponding reaction to that action. So if you're like up on the street here and it's like you just blew this whole sewer main down here or water main, you're on the hook for that. And that's where we got to have the right data available to go ahead and initiate to make development pay for itself. That's the only way we can do this. That's the only way I can see.
Yeah, give you a real life example is Kentucky is #1 hotspot, and there's a development going in right over here at Alkire that flows to Kentucky. So that's why we have to use all this documentation, all those paperwork we gave you. And that's why we posted all these maps in the room here to show, that way we don't miss it. And that way we can report to you guys and say, hey, oh, by the way, this person, he's not going to build a single family home. If they build an apartment building there, it's going to flow into Kentucky, and Kentucky's already over capacity. So so that's way, and our rules and regs says, you'll have to pay for more infrastructure. So that's not even a tap fee. Our rules of regs say you have to pay for it. That makes sense? It's in there.
It's the answer like they always hear is.
Yeah, that's what we want. We need to get out of the subsidization business and get into the,
Yes.
they pay their own way business.
Yes. Okay.
Good.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I was looking at it. I mean, there's a lot of these other things, but I figured out what's the expression, penny wise, pound foolish. I'm focusing on the pound thing, which is these $1 million projects. But yeah, that was my questions.
Well, I liked your other point about, we did take off a lot, and I think we should not budget, even Kipling should be half of what it is, because we can't, at this point, we have not approved anything more than half of the project. So we could even reduce that, because that was accelerated, and that project was done exactly like Amara had suggested in the beginning, prioritized due to development, and they're paying for it. So if we take all of these off, not all of these, but we only have one capacity project, too. And we have a lot of leftover things. What did you think then about the long-term planning that triggered your thoughts on special assessment?
Well, and that's why I was going back to, you got $150 million, and you've got 20 years to come up with it. Then, just mathematically, you're doing 1/20th of 150. And that's why I didn't want to put in specific projects, because I could certainly see where, like with the 10,700 West exposition, if all of a sudden they come in, then it's like, yeah, let's get on them and make them pay part of this. Or on the other hand, if nobody else is helping pay for it, we'll put it on the back burner. We'll still have to get to it, of course. There will be a schedule. As far as people moving to the head of the schedule, the people moving to the head of the schedule are the ones that pay more. And if the developer will come in and pay more to get to the head of the line, then that's better. But at some point, we have to replace everything. But we don't necessarily need to make the replacement bigger than the existing pipes if we're just maintaining our community, which of course, as you can tell, that's my goal in life, keep the same community.
Well, that's why we drew the line in the sand, the 0.7. That's the line in the sand. That's the static operating level of the existing district now.
Yeah.
That's your vision of a static community. You want to go over that. Now we're gonna have to talk about the cost for you to do that.
Right.
And we didn't have that. We've been trying to get that for a year, I mean, it's like, that should have been done
years ago.
Years ago. And so, when we're talking about, penny wise pound, when we're asking for these things, if we can probably get some better way of the board looking at things and communicating all these costs, then we can probably hopefully start spending our focus more where it needs to be, which is on that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Rather than asking 10,000 little questions,
Right, but if we did have something major ever happen, I mean, this district has never had, like, say all of a sudden we had to do $50 million of repairs, literally. I mean, we would be floating bonds, we would be doing all kinds of things that they never experienced, and our water prices would, I mean, like
it
skyrocket.
would be your service fee, not the.
It would be the service fee.
Yeah.
Okay, and see, what I don't know is, like, in municipal bonds, what's a normal term of one? Like, if we needed $50 million, is it 7 years, 10 years, 20 years?
Well, we've never had to do it.
That's what I'm saying.
You might have to go through the county to do it.
Well, we're trying to avoid all that, right?
Yeah, we want to-
There's a lot of people that are running in the red.
Yes.
They're in that problem. This is a very healthy district, and we want to keep it that way. And the best way you do that is to be proactive and not be reactive. Most people on this planet live in a reactive state of mind. I don't like it.
Yeah.
To your point, you have to look at, if we're at the 60 years and lifespans at 80 to 100, That is literally the time or the runway left on most of your infrastructure.
Right.
Now, I will tell you, there's a lot of infrastructure around Denver and Colorado that is 100 years old and it's just fine. And it probably will be, and it's not a big priority.
Right.
And there's, but when you put the densification, what's going on, and you're tearing up road, like what happened on Kentucky? Why did they have that shut down? Does anyone know? Did we do anything down there?
I haven't heard anything.
I saw it shut down on Union, they had the roadblock, and I'm like, what the hell's going on now?
Well, that's a classic case. If you put your money aside, because you think it's supposed to come due on year 80, and you've got the money, you've already collected the money, put it in the bank and it's ready to go on year 80. You don't have to spend it in year 80. If you want to hold on to it, that's fine. And that's why I was asking, do we have to do these projects that are exactly written down?
But so let me talk about that just for a second. So when the staff has been relining the pipes, when you extend the life expectancy of something, which is something I had to do all the time, the executive leadership loved that because it's like they didn't have to spend a lot of capital. They didn't want to give me, I had to justify that. So when you extend the life of it, that's what you need to kind of tell that good news story. Like if this line, when they're lining these pipes, maybe we extend it. I don't know how much longer that goes. But the people need to understand you're extending the life of something X amount. That equals this much savings. That's a cost avoidance. That's a real thing. I know accountants hate that, or the ones I dealt with, they hate cost avoidance because it's not money. They're like, well, show me that money. Well, I can't because I'm saving you something.
Is that when your wife goes out and buys clothes on sale?
Well, when they go to Kohl's, when they go to Kohl's. I use
Honey,
Kohl's
that
box.
sweater was $200, but I only paid 50.
Yeah.
I saved you 150.
Yeah, that's kind of like,
150. She saved me.
it's kind of like that, but
Green Mountain's done a great job on what they call cure. That's why you see CIPP, cure in place sewer lining. And that's what we're doing through Bear Creek, which will extend the life probably another 50 to 100 years. So yes, we'll have clay versatile pipe underground that can extend 50 to 100 years just by lining. But when it comes to capacity, lining doesn't help. And that's why we had to add this category in there, because we can't use.
it has to be a separate.
It has to be a larger diameter or a reroute.
Yeah, that's why I like putting the money away, but I didn't want to be, bound to these particular projects. If it turns out that that's not the way to go down the road, we look back and it's like, well, it'd be better to do here. As long as the money can be moved around.
So there's a fine line on that. So when Director Morgan and I were in here talking with the staff, what is it, CDHP or something like that? There's, there's like a threshold where she's talking about in Kentucky where it's a health hazard or something.
Oh, yeah, if you get sewer surcharges, you can't have sewage coming out of the manhole. So
if we trigger something like that and it's like on our list and we did nothing about it because we were trying to be cheapskates, well, that's where we're going to be in big trouble. Right. So that's kind of like trying to segregate these costs into these bins, and that's why you have to understand, it's condition based. That's why I like condition based. What's the actual condition? Are we okay here? Well, yeah, it's 80 years old, but how are we doing? It's good. Well, then you don't really focus on that. Is there anything triggering? No, there's no threats in it. Leave it alone.
And we have plenty of tools to back that up, because like I said, all that documentation on that file is backing up this, and we're actually generating more documentation, and we're meeting with another engineering company next week to even generate more documentation on certain systems that are showing future build out over capacity. So we're creating all this data to back up what we're asking for here.
Very good. Does that answer it as much best we can right now?
Yep. That's why I was waiting for the end, at the end.
And you can look at version 2. So version 2 of the budget actually addresses, hey, let's maybe put this off until we can pass it on to development.
So that answers what Amara said and what you're saying. We're not trying to fix it now so they can grow. We're just trying to identify it.
Yeah. That was my concern, is like, when an enticement, like, ooh,
It's not an enticement. It's just like, that's the rattlesnake starting to rattle.
Yeah, 2 years from now, if they develop in a certain area that's over capacity now, we have good documentation to show, hey, this is proven to be over capacity 2 years ago. And so we cannot give you guys water or treat your sewage until a new plan has to be made and approved. So, the approval process is, they goes to City of Lakewood, City of Lakewood approves it, then we modified the City of Lakewood form. Remember, that was a tool, so they'll have to pay for it. So we check that box, you sign it, and that's a legal form. Now, and then you have the ultimate authority right here at this table to sign off on the drawings. So they will have to, especially Denver Water has to approve them too, and Denver Water is now requiring developers to go to training because they're having problems with developer engineers not doing proper amount of implementation on drawings to fit their standards. So they require now engineering training. So they'll have to approve the drawings on drinking water, and you guys will have to approve the drawings too. And that's where it comes into, well, wait a minute, we can't approve this because of CDM Smith said that we need a 12-inch line. Our JVA engineering says we need a 14-inch line. So we can back it up. Or our asset care system says this pump is running all the time in the peak zone. We need a pump, instead of pumping 1,000 gallons a minute, we need a 1,500 gallon per minute pump. Because all summer long last year, and we can prove it. We can say, here, look at our SCADA screen. This pump ran 24/7 from June, July, and August in the pink zone. So there's it protects our customers and it protects us from lawsuits because it's actual true data.
Well, it stops that practice of rubber stamping everything that came before us, which got us into these problems.
Well, with the Ohio, the Alkire thing, even the right questions were being asked, but we didn't have anything in standardized, right? We hadn't really institutionalized that here in the district, so it got by us. And all that energy that was spent trying to go the other way, if we would have been focused on what we actually did here, that would have changed that whole thing. That's why it was more important to focus on this rather than the other things. So,
Well, thank God, better late than never. So at least we're getting on it now.
okay. All right.
Did everybody have a chance to look over budget version 2 then that have those changes to the capital projects? Is that list of them acceptable? So that the list of projects that we can go forward?
I was good with that.
I am.
You don't care because you're gonna change it next year.
Okay, come May, and I don't have one project versus another. Say whatever, just do the right project, whatever.
Well, I think the projects are pretty important. And that comes down to the problem is that we don't. And I would encourage, I'm up for election here in May, but I said last year and I forgot, it would be great again to get a project plan in September so that you're looking over the projects and everybody can pick. I'd like to see the different ones before because we're messing with a lot of different things in this budget that doesn't have to be all done at once. Did you have a chance to look at that? Okay, so that's the changes from version 1 to 2 was the capital improvement. So if we can work from that one, then I'd like to go back to what you were saying again about the special assessments and how to pay for it, because then version 3 are different ways to pay for all of these things. This, I think, covers all of the costs from fees not going into reserves. So that is a big jump in monthly bills. That's what Director Lindo, you were talking about in the beginning. How much would it go? That's where this is reflected. If we wanted to pay for what we need to do this year, that's what you need to do. So the question is, do you need to pay for what we need to do this year? Minus some of it. You see, some of it is we're not even, right? We weren't going to do, we're still losing money on some of it because it'll be a little bit will come out of the offer. Anyway, cover most of it in fees per year and not dip into reserves, or do you maintain the reserves? So what you said, your words were, if we have $150 million in 20 years to do it, and we may be looking at that, in 20 years, that means you should be putting $7 million away in reserves every year.
Yeah, I already calculated that.
Okay, that's not what we're doing. And right now, there's no plan for that. We're not planning to put anything in reserves. We're planning on taking it out all the time. This budget item for non-operating, no, yes, non-operating expenditures, that's usually a loss. That's where everything comes out. So our capital things, this is a problem for not planning for that. And if we plan to put money in the bank for reserves for that, it's not a catastrophic failure. It's just acknowledging that you're gonna need it. Like you said, you may need it someday and you're supposed to have it. So how much do you want in reserves? Enough to pay for all of everything that you're going to need to eventually. So if you just had a discussion about that amongst the district, that you think $15 million would cover a catastrophe or a ransom or something, then that's the base. But if you're gonna need to look at planning for the future on how to pay for all of these pipes, we may not have that long. We talked about the lifespan of these pipes. Maybe you have 100 years and we are extending some of it, but we do have that corrosive soil problem. We do have swelling soils, which we did not compact for. We have engineering problems that we've been planned for. So our lifespan may be now. And we're seeing some of that now. So if you've got 100 million, 100 million, 150 million that you're gonna have to pay for eventually, we're not getting 7 million in the bank every year.
And then that's not even net present value. Should be probably 225 million.
Well, this is what Jeff's talking about, eating that elephant a bite at a time. So we did talk with the staff. We want to see an all up capital. We want to see the criticality level assessment of our infrastructure, right? We want to see that. So we're looking at that every year. So, we can, let's say something happens and that we're budgeted for something, we have the next most important item. We can go to that on our list and keep working from that. And as you work that off, that group will drop down to the bottom in theory, right? Because you just relifed it. So you take that off. So you're this is where I need an accountant, but that number you'll keep shifting. There's somewhere in there that you have your acceptable amount of risk versus your capital reserves. You want to hit that sweet spot, right? And that's what we need to be at. I don't think, I guess we're there because we've been healthy and everything's been running good. It's probably been, due to the staff doing a good job, but it hasn't been by design, okay?
It's also been from the infusion of all the development fees that have been paying for a lot of our capital improvement projects that aren't really, that's not how it's supposed to work. So when those development fees dry up, we have been coasting on development fees and we haven't been raising our capital fees on the rest of the residents.
Well, and that's where we need to probably be looking at the service charges, for different. Probably for next year, maybe identifying what that looks like.
So in 2021, we had an increase in cash of, I'm just on the budget on page 3 of the latest budget. So we had an increase of we had an increase of $6 million in cash in 21, but in 22, it's only 1.9. So let's say that we did let's just use that $150,000 as needed. We're like falling way behind in where we would need to be. But the other thing is, I don't think you can pummel the customers. I mean, you can't just add, we need another $5 million, so we'll just increase all of their bills.
Yes.
So there's.
Let me put that into perspective then. So this budget here just covers the extra 1.7 million to about 1.7 million to cover this year's capital cost. And we're saying if we wanted to save for the future, we need to increase it to $7 million. So even raising rates $40 for a billing cycle in the summer months, that's still 1/6 of what we need to raise it if we wanted to pummel the customers and cover the cost for savings now.
Right, and then you can get and I don't know if you remember what happened in Brighton, where people were getting $1,000 a month water bills.
So.
A little bit of
$40
hanky-panky
net-
going on, but
Well, and that.
Somebody went to jail.
Yeah,
did.
like this, so, and if it's gonna cost you $1,000 a month later, $40 a month doesn't sound like a big raise right now. To start saving, that's still, like I said, a sixth of where you need to be.
So that's where this board, I would like to see us starting to have those kind of discussions, right, where we need to talk about the aging effects on this district and how we're gonna mitigate. How we're gonna do this going forward, because yeah, we have lived in a sweet spot for a long time. So that's gonna start changing.
Yeah, we probably should review the numbers real quick. So Doug, you still there?
Well, that's why I was asking, how much is the actual gonna be?
Yeah,
At some point, we have to come up with a healthy increase without driving them over the edge.
exactly.
And that's why I was saying, 10% or something like that, 15. Well, 10%, I think people can live with that. If it starts getting more than that, then they, start recalling the board.
well, you also have the people on fixed incomes. And kind of in a way, we're all on fixed incomes. I mean, unless you own the company. We're kind of all on fixed income, so, you don't want to go crazy. And since my stocks and my retirement are all going the wrong way,
Well,
I'm not getting the extra money to go the other way.
well, let's stick to some numbers here, because even though asset care management say you might need $150 million, remember what Director Baker said, sometimes the things are in great condition because of asset care. So that's worst case scenario is 150 million. So worst case scenario is 7 million a year invested into the infrastructure. So if nobody can prepare for worst case scenario, no business or no utility is going to do worst case scenario. I mean, so if we look at the actual numbers, Doug, are you still there? Because I need your help on the numbers here. Most of went to bed.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, sorry. So on version 3, where if we raise the customer's water bill by $40 every 2 months, that's to cover the extra $1.7 million for the 4.9 million in capital we propose next year, but we still have a $2.5 million buffer that doesn't come out of reserves. Is that correct? In other words, like we're increasing 20 million a year. Because we usually budget 2 to 3 million a year in capital.
But by the way, whatever number we come up with, I think you're on the right track.
Yeah.
I think we ought to identify that specifically. If you tell people that we're planning for the aging structure that's going to come due, we're trying to head off a special assessment.
That's
That clear to them, I think it's gonna be more palatable.
Yeah,
that's the goal line.
Yeah.
So right now, it's still really jello, right? We need to get it back in the mold, and it's like, to your point, what is that number? We don't know what it is,
right,
but we should be at some.
It's probably 2 to 5 million a year, and not 7, because that's worst case scenario. So if we do all of our priorities by using all of our modeling and present, like Director Morgan said, come September, say, hey, here's a whole list of priorities. What's the big ones that float to the top? And then we stick to 2 to 5 million a year, and then base that on, okay, do you want to increase service charges at like an inflationary rate of 8% this year instead of this 18%? So it becomes more realistic to work with instead of trying to prepare 7 million a year for worst case scenario. So instead prepare for 2 to 5 million a year based on realistic things. There's a lot of variables in that. You're basing it on supply chain, you're basing it on priorities, and you're basing it on some systems. You're more efficient instead of replacing sewer lines, sewer lines, and identifying water lines. Hey, this whole system, water line right here is okay. So it becomes that priority list. So shoot for 2 to 5 million
But
instead of
that's what
7.
this does, right?
Yeah.
This is shooting for that, so this will cover that extra.
Yeah, go ahead, Doug. Explain that extra one on version 3.
Well, so version 3, so it's not the 1.7, it's actually 2.2 and change. That those rates would be to cover all the capital expenditures. So in version 3, it shows that our surplus would be $505 based on that rate.
And
Which
that's
is
covering the 4.9 million in capital, right? So
that was
we're raising-
no, that was covering. So version 3 is removing the infrastructure replacement due to capacity and a rate increase to cover all of the capital projects listed in version 2.
Yeah, but the total bottom line on version 2, well, I guess it's 4.9 million, but that includes what's left over from 2022, right?
Yeah, so 4.9 million in expenditures, 4.5 in revenue from non-operating revenues, as well as the operating income.
So Doug, just because I need this number in my head, we send out how many bills monthly? 25,000?
No, so we have 2 different cycles for residential. We have one for commercial. Commercial, believe, and actually Becky's there, she can answer this better, but I think commercial is about 700, give or take, a month, and then commercial or residential, one cycle is around 51 to 5,200 bills, and cycle 2 is around 4,800. But if you want customer base, total meters is around 10,300, give or take.
Doug, while they're punching the numbers in their calculator, let me say thank you for having these numbers at your fingertips. And it's impressive that you got it to be within 505, because I know that's a big, there's a lot of experts in there. So thank you for running these.
It's on page 15 of the original. Page 15 breaks it all down of the original version.
And Jeff, are you looking for the service fee?
No, I'm just trying to do my simple addition and, simpleton math here in my head. Nothing that would impress anybody.
Well, you wanna use my finger spoon?
Yeah, the simple fact is in version 3, you're just covering the whole capital cost without dipping into the reserves. Is that correct, Doug? By
Yes.
passing the cost on to customers. That's in version 3.
So if I look at this, we're looking at over a 12-month period. If you raise the service fees, what Director Morgan said, about $40 an average a month, that would put,
A billing cycle.
I'm talking about just over a year. Just if we raised
But
everything,
he was saying $40 every other month.
So
well,
just to
Yeah.
clarify, the capital reserve fee is not based in the service fee. It's based into the water and sewer charges per 1,000 gallons.
well, there you go. Okay, well, that's going to change everything. Thank you.
Yep.
Well, what if we were to identify it separately though?
Well, so let's stop there just for a sec. Here's another concern of mine. So when you bring that up, if we were hitting this drought and this critical mass on water, now your water charges are going to go down. They're going to start going. I would imagine they're going to be dropping. That's going to drop our ability to generate capital.
Right.
And that's what I'm telling you. We need to be cognizant of these moving targets that with this whole.
Yeah, if we don't have
critical-
water to
if
sell.
you don't- Yeah, if you don't have water to sell or the level you need to sell or that people will use and they start doing this uber conservation stuff, that's gonna start taking away our capital dollars and we
It
need
might
to
be the
start.
advantage of having a fixed fee. You just put everything-
Well, that's why we need to understand how this is going. you know?
Right, but what essentially it's like what most of the government things do, or like your taxes. If the base goes down, they just increase them. So it's like what we would be saying is if, let's say our water charges went down, we would make up in theory the difference with the monthly, charge. So it's like you get your money
Well, hold it.
one way or the other.
I don't know if that's legal. So Doug, that's where you need to. I don't know.
Yeah,
Can you?
so to give you a little bit of background, so I think it was actually the first year I started, the board then decided to shift more fixed costs into the service fee and away from water and sewer for that exact reason that we would have revenue to cover those major costs and not have fixed charges in those costs. So that's what the model is now. We have the only fixed cost built in the water and sewer is 12.5% of employee cost. I forgot where I was going with that.
We're asking all kinds of crazy questions.
Yeah. Yeah, so with all the volume going down, yes, you will bring in less reserves because that is built into those fees. However, your fixed costs and operational costs are all going to be covered by that service fee. If you break out the capital reserve rate into a separate fee, the effect would be very negative to low users, or as Director Hooks brought up earlier, fixed income households. So it's, and in that cost, I don't know what the number is, and I apologize, but it was pretty significant to make that a fixed cost per bill per customer.
I think you told us that 3 years ago or something like that. I'm trying to remember what that was, but you told us that once upon a time. A little shock and awe.
I do like the keeping it in the volume, bigger users pay more of the. For the capital improvements.
And I understand that, but understand is if you're trying to shoot, like we're trying to find
If
this
you wanna-
somewhat static level,
Well,
and if your conservation actually kicks in, then you're gonna start, it's gonna pull down all that. And it's like, it's gotta come from somewhere.
You're right.
So
So would you rather see it in a separate?
I'm thinking we just need to start thinking along these realistic terms. We need to see these data points to be proactive, catch it as early as we can, and then start coming up with a plan to address that. It hasn't happened yet. I'm kind of like betting on.
Question, a hybrid, would it be possible to have a separate line item fee, but as a percentage? Saying that whatever you are paying, 10% of what you're paying should be going towards reserves. So that way it would vary depending upon your circumstances.
Are you saying as a surcharge?
Yeah, something like that.
The fee thing you were talking about earlier.
I'm just asking.
Yeah,
That Canyon they introduced an infrastructure fee 2-3 years ago, and they had to double it the next year. I mean, that's just, yes, but that's what they have in infrastructure.
because they ran into the same thing. They're cheap too. They're a cheap date because their cap fees are about ours. And so that is the answer to what happened. They didn't keep up with what's going on over there either. Now they had to create a special fee to start addressing that problem. So we need to at least identify what these metrics are. We can see them. It's like a black hole, it exists. Can we really define it? So that's what we.
And
Well, currently, we're.
sorry, what district were you guys talking about?
Black Canyon.
I can't,
I
okay,
think it was Clark
sorry.
Canyon that had an infrastructure fee. And they do the admin for a couple other districts too, so that covers some ground. Well, so. What I'm hearing you say is that you'd like to postpone whether or not to cover these costs, or,
Yeah.
but there's a way,
I think we need to,
because this is kind of one way to identify it.
I
Or
think
we
we need to
just-
spend the next year. That's where we need to be really starting to focus and around this version 3. I see us probably going with 2 right now. And then we're kind of addressing what we're gonna do with the tap fees, right? We're coming up with the solution for that. In the meantime, when we're talking about the aging infrastructure,
Because those are two different things.
I know, that's why I'm saying, I'm trying to segregate that, right?
Okay,
We're working on the whole tap fee issue.
okay,
That's one. And then we have the infrastructure, aging infrastructure. How are we gonna address that? That's this version 3 thing.
right.
And I think that we don't have a good answer now, but I think we should focus on that. That should be our next thing. It'll be the tap fees kind of coupled with this, what are we gonna do with the infrastructure funding for capital? And what does that level look like? We're going to go back to the 2018 McLaughlin plan. We have some of that already. If we're gonna get this other spreadsheet that, when we talk with the staff, they're gonna identify what the capital project and priority list looks like. And then you can assign some approximate cost to that. And you can start getting an idea of what that's gonna be. It's never gonna be perfect.
Yeah, but I would like to see something implemented, because this just keeps getting kicked down. This plan, so your idea is great, and that would be wonderful, except I've been asking for that plan for 3 years since I've been on here. I'm not confident we're gonna get it in a month or two. I'd like to see something going, the numbers aren't gonna go down.
No, but that's why I'm
So-
saying that should be one of our primary focuses.
So I don't see a reason to not put something in this year and start working on it. Even if you don't want to do all of what's identified in version 3. If we're saying it's even a fifth of what we need to be, we're not overfunding or overcharging anybody by any means, even though this is a jump. So maybe we can do half. Maybe we can do an infrastructure fee. I think we should put in some kind of structure now to get it going for future. I would like to hear everybody else's opinions on that, just to get it going, and we can modify it. But, last time I brought this up, we made the really radical decision to raise the capital improvement, capital reserve fee 0.5%. It was like, what was that, Doug? It was a couple cents something. It wasn't. We don't want to raise rates, and I know that's horrible, but we keep falling more behind. Does anybody else have thoughts on how?
Well, I like the idea, yeah, the infrastructure fee, but not in full at this point, starting out small. But the bigger question I have is, where does this money go? And is it going to erode like the 20 million we have now is eroding? It's never going to keep up with inflation. I just don't ever see it being enough, regardless of what we.
No, but so 2 things. Staff identified it, if I'm hearing all these numbers right, the staff says we need to have 15 million in the bank for rainy day things, right?
Under current
Current
rates,
conditions, so. And if our burn rate per year is somewhere between, 3 to 5 million. That gives us an idea. And if we know that under current conditions, out of that 3 to 5 million, we can fund X amount in there, and then we have this delta. That's what we need to probably start funding towards, right?
Yes.
And so maybe you take a small swing at it now, Doug, if you're listening. Maybe come up with maybe we look at a quarter of this or something. Kind of move
Right.
into it incrementally, because we don't have our hands around it yet.
Okay.
Does that sound amenable? I mean, I don't want to shock everybody's system because, look, just like with the staff providing the capital costs for what if developers did this, what in these 5 overcapacity areas, everyone kind of took that like we're building out for development. No, it was trying to show something, right? So we have to be careful how we communicate this and roll it out. And so I think that's why I'm saying, I think we need to focus on the rollout of this and get our hands around it. But kicking the can down the road, and to your point, money sitting in the bank is eroding.
Well, yeah, even if you make $1 million, you're still another $1 million behind.
Yeah, I don't know what the solution is. I'm also concerned too that I like this idea of kind of easing into it each year. But I know, my neighbors and ratepayers will be very disappointed if every year, like clockwork, they see this going up, up and up.
Well,
And how do we communicate with them what we're doing and communicate it clearly?
so here's what I learned, and I didn't like the message that came from Denver Water, and Director Morgan was there. They're talking about a 5% increase for the next 12 years, and it's all around capital. So, that's the big fish in the room, right? And they're kind of having to go down that road. So,
And I realize it's inevitable, but how do we make, our neighbors understand this?
well, that's why I think you take small swings at it, and we start communicating this now, like we're just talking about it tonight. And you've got 3, 4, 5 people for, constituents on the line tonight. But we need to somehow get this message out,
Well, it could be added as a note on the bill.
In the past, we've also done a rate postcard that we send out with the new water rates. It gives an explanation of everything, kind of a breakdown.
And that'll be going out in the next 3 months, right?
Well, and if you have a brief,
increase in.
if you have a brief explanation about an aging system, and I mean, I don't like when my costs go up. On the other hand, I mean, I would like to have good drinking water and a viable sewer system and,
Sure.
and other things that, you know, I don't want to give them, you know, if, I guess with what Roger said, I agree. If it's $1 this year a month or every month, and then all of a sudden next year it's $10, if I was the people, I'd be pissed.
Well, they're gonna be pissed. People are gonna be pissed anyway.
That's why the SDA says you gotta have a hearing between November and December, public hearing for. Let the public voice their concerns based on rate increases, so.
So in some ways, it's better to say, this is our justification, we need this much, we need to save for. This is our goal, so we've done a big amount, because that's what it is, and we justify it. And put it out there and say that's what we're doing, and then raise it by inflation every
So
year.
we have to do it that way. If you look, put this on the level of schools, right?
Mhm.
They have to go out and ask for a mill levy increase to increase schools repairs infrastructure. That's how they do that. Well, how do we communicate that same problem at a, you know, as a water and sanitation district? You know? And it's how you roll that out. How do you explain that? It's like we are well beyond the 50% lifespan of the infrastructure here. And we have not been addressing that. So how much further?
It's almost like you're wording the postcard now. Yeah, I
Well,
keep,
how much longer can you defer the inevitable? The inevitable, you know, when McLaughlin told us $1 million, I wanted to like choke him out. It's like you're blowing smoke up us, right?
100 million, no.
Well, back then it was 100 million. It's like, you know, 150. What I'm trying to tell you, it was like the shock that I felt then. I'm like, there's no freaking way. But, you know, and so here we are almost 5 years later, you know, and it's, we got to start figuring
but
this out.
keep our message simple, and certainly honest and consistent, and maybe repeat the message occasionally. This is what we're doing, and it's going to impact our whole community for the next 10 years.
Well, it'll be from here on out. Look, you're coming to the end of life of this infrastructure. You're gonna start seeing it.
And we started that process on the web page too, you know, we sent it to you guys, the link, hope you looked at it. You know, on the front of the web, our website has, you know, what's going on with the budget, then we added bullet points, and we'll keep building upon that for input from the board too.
Does the website say how many hits we get on it by any chance? I didn't know, like, you know, does 50 constituents or 50 payers look at it, or do 500?
There's 6 of us.
Right.
6 hits a month. I can pull up, we've got full analytics.
I would just be curious.
I think moving forward, if you go with version 2, it's easy. If you go with version 3, we'll have to crunch some more numbers if you know, and we need Doug can speak to it better than I can. He'll need like exact numbers, like, okay, so we go with version 3 right now. So Doug said he crunched these numbers based on $2.2 million. So if you go with version 3, you got to say, our version, you know, come up with a version 4 and say, okay, let's go with 1.5 million, or let's go with 1 million. That way he changes and then if you do come up with something new for us, especially for Doug, is if you want to install an infrastructure rate, we're gonna have to do some research on how that works, because we're not too familiar with that one.
By the way, one thing else to throw in as far as a PR campaign, good, bad, or indifferent, right now, people are very cognizant of the fact that inflation is going to the roof. They're not happy about it, but they're not surprised about it. So therefore, I think it's a little bit more palatable to sit there and say, you can do an 8% now, and it'd be a lot more acceptable than it was a couple years ago when inflation was only 2%. So we got a little break here for a year.
Doug, are you still
Well,
on?
if we just, simple math man here, right? If we just take the $1 million and divide the 10,300 meters, that's about $8.09 a month increase over the year. That's a spread over a year. That's just my simple math.
No, that's not bad.
Well, it's not gonna make people happy, but at least we're starting to move in the direction that adds another additional $1 million.
Right. But the thing is, nobody's gonna be happy, but they won't be rioting. It's like,
How do you know?
That's,
Okay,
I'm just trying, we have to give as a board.
Yeah.
This is the problem. We always give ambiguous things to the staff. I think we need to give a number.
Yeah,
We need to give them a number to work to give us this version 4. That's why I was doing my little simple math. If we say version 4, and we aim for $1 million.
well, let's stick to a percentage, so if you give us, chime in anytime you want, Doug, so if you said, let's raise customers, the average single-family home bi-monthly bill by 8%, which is the inflation, then Doug could crunch those numbers. That makes sense?
Yep.
yeah, but that's not what we're talking about here.
No.
Right.
So what you are, and I'm sorry, what you are saying is 1 million, so this is 2 million, 2.2. So he can do this same thing by half.
Then rates
Yeah.
will go down.
No.
Cause why? And that's what you ended up with, $9 a month, and he was paying $20.
If I took $1 million, divided it by 10,300, and then divide that by 12, that's your monthly increase.
Yeah.
Per, if you're one of the 10,300 people, it's your $9.08.
Yeah.
The only problem is you run into the bi-monthly billing versus monthly for commercial.
So your numbers are agreeing with Doug's, I think.
Probably, but.
So $18 a month residential, could we make the commercial even higher?
Well,
You can do whatever you want to do if you can justify it. I'm just, like I said, here's our problem, we're at 9 o'clock at night now. And we're getting into crunch time on the budget to Director Rickman's thing. We gotta have this thing ready to go. This next board meeting.
So if you don't want to pick a percentage and you want to go back to what Director Morgan told me is go with the number million, so Doug can crunch. So if you pick a number of $1 million coming from, so basically you're saying we're going to raise $1 million from the customers to put into capital funding. Is that what you want, 1 million? Because right now the version 3 is at 2.2 million.
And you don't want to save to fund future development. It's strictly to address
Yes.
aging infrastructure, period.
Improvements.
That's it. I mean, simple, keep it simple, right?
Yeah, that's why Doug did a great job putting on version 3, using the word improvements.
And then knowing that this time next year, we're going to increase it again.
Well, it gives us a year, and I think, like I said, I think the board, we need to get focused on a couple of key things that this should come up every month.
actually, I just want to jump in. I wouldn't use that word improvement, because that's the one that got me going. Because what are you doing? If you sit there and talk about replacement, you're replacing something that's old. People understand that.
Right.
You're doing improvements, it's like, well, I don't want improvements, leave it the way it is.
aging infrastructure
Semantics.
repairs.
Semantics.
Semantics, yes.
So, because we need to give Doug a number.
Well, you said in version 3, it's 2.2 million. If we went to 1 million, aren't we going backwards?
No,
Would be,
Unless I'm bad at math, if we had 2.2 million in there now, and we're only gonna charge them for 1 million, that's 1.2 million less than what we have.
We'd be using what we didn't spend previous years.
that's reaching into our reserves for $1 million, yeah, like Doug said. So we cover it with our reserves, instead of covering all of our outlays for the year with revenue from the year. So we would have a net loss for the year covered by our reserves.
so this is this thing where we're pulling from this tank of reserves.
So
We're
that's
trying
our
to
budget.
increase, we're trying to load the pipeline. Right from this other direction to where we get some static level going forward. Now, we don't know what that is. That's why we need to work on this.
Okay, so I'm taking this in the reverse almost of what you're saying. So what you're really saying is we truly are, what we're wanting to do is pass an additional $1 million on
Yes.
Yes,
to us.
yes.
Okay, to me, you saying you're reducing it to $1 million, you're actually increasing it by $1 million.
Yes.
I'm reducing.
You're
version
reducing our
3.
cash, but
Yeah.
you're increasing,
Increasing
No,
fees.
we're reducing the money we're taking from cash. We're increasing the fee.
right? That makes
Yeah,
more
it's cost.
sense to me.
Yeah.
We're just taking version 2 and putting $1 million from customers into version 2. Which will be version 4. So.
I warned you in basic math over here.
So
But it would give us a year to evaluate this.
And I think it needs to be on the agenda. We need to Director Morgan's point, this needs to stay at the top of what we're discussing. Along with these tap fee things, but I think we're starting to get some handle on that, hopefully.
But another thing on the tap fees, what do we have, 98% build out now in the district? So.
But yeah, so we have a very
Tap
small,
fees
are gonna be almost immaterial in the
Yeah.
long run.
I'm telling you, when you look at, go to Lakewood's master plan. And it's revamping, we figured just with ADUs alone, that's properties with 9,000 square feet.
We have almost 5,000.
There's
What's an
64,
ADU?
60, accessory dwelling unit. That's like, you have a big yard, you want to put a small house on the back of it, you get to do it based on Lakewood zoning.
Based on Lakewood zoning, the majority of the lots in Green Mountain qualify for ADU.
Right, which is 6,400 future developments, just on homes alone. Now, when you
What
look
would
at
that be a tap fee? It's already existing property.
well,
Yes,
but we addressed that because someone wanted to come in and like, well, we're just gonna tie into our existing tap. And we're like, no, you're gonna run a brand
Oh, it's
new.
a separate tap.
We said,
Because it's a separate building unless,
they, look, we had to close that loophole because they were like, we'll just tie into, no, you're not. You are gonna have a separate water meter and you're gonna have a separate sewer tap.
That makes sense.
So you have 6,400 of those potential things. You look over here at Christ on the Mountain. I'm telling you, these people with these additional properties, they're gonna start selling off parcels and they're gonna sub-zone, or what do you call that? So
rezone.
rezone and sub-sell their lots.
Sublet.
Sublet.
No.
Well,
You don't
Okay.
sublet.
I'm asking you, the realtor, what's the word?
How many are-
Oh,
No.
but the point is, these
You would
tap fees are
subdivide.
gonna go longer. into
You would
the
have to
future.
rezone and then you'd have to subdivide.
They're gonna go vertical on these lots, like you talk about the guy over there on Alkire, there's like a 2-room office thing. That's gonna convert to 15 units or something like that.
That was it, yeah.
So you went from 2 to 15 because they go vertical. So the whole thing of being built out at the old level is 98 to 99%. What I'm telling you is they're redesigning this master plan is fluid all the time. It's not what it appears in the
So the tap fees are gonna go on for a long
The
time, so
propensity-
we need to concentrate on raising them.
yes.
And everything's in place. So we already had a customer come in who wanted to build this ADU above his garage, and based on our rules and regs, since they're already in place, we had to charge him a sewer tap and a water tap. So he's paying it. So
And how much was that, just for understanding?
$7,000 for a water tap.
Okay.
Plus Denver Waters.
Plus Denver Water's water tap fee, but so yeah, we're covered under, so when people start building out, we're covered under rules and regs for that.
But we want more though.
Well, so,
Lawfully more.
but this,
Yeah.
we're kind of going down a rabbit hole, but so say that person, like where I live on Van Gordon, say I do that and it causes Van Gordon to go over capacity, well, guess what? I'm gonna get assessed for that, we're going over,
Sure.
I'm
No, of course.
pushing it over the edge. So that's why we have to create rules and regulations to address the future fluid development of this district.
Well, that should remain a priority for this board. Along with this,
Well, if that's the case, then we don't need extra money because we're gonna be charging everybody that puts in a tap for their over. Capacity on their line.
Well, it will just take a
but that's a
fraction.
priority as the infrastructure fee that we're talking about should be a priority. We're gonna escalate that each year a little bit by increments each year.
Well, we need to understand it better. We can see it, like I said, we can see that it exists. We just don't have our hands around it yet. So we're gonna. it needs to be a priority going forward, that we're talking about this monthly, and like, what are we doing? Where are we at?
Yeah, we have tools in place to address all this, because if we're not raising the $5 to $7 million every year to replace infrastructure, and development starts paying, at least 50% of it, just like, so you want us to go back and take 50% of the Kipling and Alameda sewer line because of 10700 Expo, right now that's budgeted at $350,000, so we take $175,000 off of that. So if we continuously stay on top of it, we that's another bite out of the elephant.
So, but here's the key
So
thing,
long,
and what, how you just
yeah.
said that, and it's the constituents are listening. The word is, and the rule should be, development should pay for itself. Right?
Of course, sure.
And I don't think we've still got our hands around that quite yet. So,
But we agree on that.
well, we agree on it, but what is it? So we need to keep cinching down on that, because that sounds good on paper and everyone says it, no one's still doing it. These other districts, that's why everyone's pushing their rates up any way they can. We need to get there. And because it sounds good that they're paying 50%, but then say Amara or somebody's like, well, you know what, would they have had to do this if they didn't show up? And the answer's like, no. Well, shouldn't they be paying 100% of that then?
Right.
Just from my basic understanding of it, I'm a basic guy. That's what we have to address. It shouldn't be like, development should pay for itself. You want to develop, it causes something to happen, you should pay. End of story. Then we have the separate thing, which is just aging infrastructure. These have to be two separate storylines. And we need to be able to make that very discreet and communicate that. That should be our priorities. That's in my opinion.
Well, so do you guys want to go with Doug's calculation of version 4 with $1 million instead of 2.2 million?
I think for me, that sounds good. I guess I'd like to see that.
I'm fine.
We need a motion.
No,
Okay.
not till,
Are we looking at that as in the volume cost or a fixed fee?
Volume is cost per 1,000 gallons. Fixed fee.
Okay.
Well, no, I'm not saying, I'm just telling the board. No, that's up to the board this time. No, I'm not qualified.
that's in violation.
Yeah,
That's in violation.
I'm not qualified to make any decisions, trust me. No, sorry, Doug, that was me. Yeah, so just to review, Doug saying, should we pass that on for the rate of cost per 1,000 gallons or the bi-monthly service fee? Or both?
Want to see about a percentage of bill?
Yeah, I was gonna say the percentage is more like, if you're not being responsible, you should pay more. Or if you're retired like me and very responsible like me, and trying to keep it down, then at least you can sit there and say, I'm not being abused as much. So,
The only problem with that is that's very hard to predict. So
Yeah,
if we're basing it off tiers and we go into a drought situation, but
How about,
it's completely unknown.
See if
but
you.
how about this, but as a starting point, since we know that no matter what, this is not covering our cost. We're not even covering our year cost, let alone saving in the future. What if we just keep it this way? In line with the volume funding, and if we need to do another infrastructure fee later as a separate line item, we can do that. So,
Okay, so just based off projections, $1 million more.
yes.
Yeah.
Then version 2.
Yes,
yes,
Okay, version 3 is gone.
yes,
Version 1 is gone. Okay,
yes. 2.2, version 2.2.
yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna go with.
And then we did, on version 2.2, do you guys, Director Morton, do you want to take off some of the cost of that 10700 Expo then? So we'll show.
Yeah, because it's what we reduced on number 3.
Well, speaking of that, I don't want to open another can of worms, but have we heard anything from Exposition?
We're gonna get it.
Way past their
They
deadline?
want the bid, so we'll give them the bid and we're covered. Remember, they aren't our rules and regs. They'll still have to cover the costs, of everything we've done. So here's the bid. So we're just waiting for a bid.
speaking of not opening up cans of worms here at the end, I'm still inclined to say when it comes to Soterra, right now they pay 120, 125%. I think they should be paying 150% next time.
You can propose that.
Well, did you guys read what, it was interesting, I guess, after reading John's email. You know, as to not really extending it very far. I mean, are we really extending it for the residents or are we extending it for the developer?
Well, if you add, and the problem with the communication is on this side, and we're saying we're out of capacity over here. Yeah. Yeah, Ford, right?
Right.
Roger,
Say it again, I'm sorry.
what we're telling everybody is we're out of capacity here in Green Mountain. And if we go into an additional IGA and we allow that additional capacity, we're not on the hook. There is no current IGA for Fossil Ridge, right? I mean, in 2023, it expires.
Right.
If that's what they wanted to do in that time frame. Well, now we're at and out of capacity on this side. Are we like setting ourselves up if we say, yeah, we can still do additional capacity over there?
Yeah, I think it's a bad idea.
There you go.
The motion settles for tonight. Can we move this one to another discussion?
Well, I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there.
I
That's
understand.
where I'm kind of thinking. It's like, you know, we kind of like set ourselves up. If we're saying one thing over here and then we do another, then we're kind of contradicting our story. And then I think that's where you get into trouble. We need to be very
Consistent?
very consistent and very clear on where we are, which is like this thing and this other thing.
So I think by my reckoning, if we're going with version 3 with $1 million
Version 2.
version 2.2. Thing that settles all of the capital reserve equipment, and equipment's gonna be written up for vote for next time. That does all of the capital conversations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we need to circle back to your staff. And one other thing was that I forgot to email you, Doug, about cut the lobbyist budget in half.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Cut the lobbyist budget in half on version 2.2.
Yeah, so you did.
60,000 to
You did.
30,000.
Sorry,
And I forgot to follow up on it.
So
lobbyist in half.
So that'll be on 2.2. So.
And then, are there any other edits that we need for version 2.2?
We still have to.
So-
Yeah.
well, I was item 11, the employees. Is that an automatic 5.9% or is that something we're going to discuss further? Okay. And the other question I have is item number 25, director fees. I assume that's us.
Yes.
And if it is, are they forecasting more meetings for us? Why is it going? up
So-
25?
Yeah, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. So it's for 24 meetings per year per director. That's the statute maximum.
That's the highest it can go.
But why is it going up each year?
Well, we had a couple directors last year that opted out of being paid.
Oh,
We had 2 directors that took no pay.
fair enough.
Good answers, Doug. I want you on my trivia pursuit team.
Hey man, I study this stuff all the time.
Employees,
That's all.
do you see any other category to discuss besides employees?
Not at the moment. No.
Anybody else?
I'm good.
Okay. Back to employee costs then.
So if we go back, well, I guess I go back, and I guess I was still thinking about the family versus the non-family portion of the raise. So if we don't, I guess without seeing that, do we want I don't know, I guess I'd like to see how that kind of played out.
So we need more information on that. See how it's
Well,
spread out.
because to me, like back again to the medical benefits, I mean, the one people benefit obviously more than the other people. Is that right and fair? I don't know. I mean, so if you're a family, you get $2,500 more than a single person.
Well, I can't speak to the fairness. All I can say is, working for the government, which of course is next to God, their approach was that you had two classes. You either single or you were a family. The family was two or more. And so if you had a lot of bambinos, man, you got a real break. But anyway, that's the way they do things. Of course, they always do things right. No humor there.
Thank you.
I don't have a problem with it for, that's just it's not, it wasn't a cash benefit to me to be. I'm giving you $2,000 to spend it on healthcare as you want. The benefit is the health.
Okay, so then if we go back, so if you then say the medical and dental, if you start at 5.9 and take out, we'll just make the math easy, 1.9 for the benefits, then that puts the raise pool at 4%.
Okay.
My inclination would be if we're fully covering healthcare and dental for the employees, that the raise, the actual monetary raise, should be less than 4%.
But you both said different things, right?
Yeah.
Because you said. if
He
we're
said it would be
fully covering,
4%.
And you said if we're not covering 100, because the ask here is covered at 100%.
Right.
And currently it's at 80%.
Correct.
So you're saying, you said if we don't fund that, then it comes down to 4%.
No, I was saying if we do fund it, that I'm just saying, just to separate the two from a budgetary look. You have about 1.9% benefits and about 4% raises.
Okay.
Unless I'm bad at math, that puts you at 5.9%. Right?
Right.
So, you know, do you do? Okay, like we use Dave's theory, do you just say, okay, if the person has a family, they benefit more just because of the kids? Is that a
Yeah,
family friendly, is that a family friendly choice? Is that a?
Well, that's been historical in this country, but I don't know which way to go on that. Historically, they've promoted families. In the military even, didn't we get extra comrades or something if we had family?
I don't know, I didn't have a family.
Oh, I did. Seems like they gave me extra money every month just because I had a family.
Yep.
So it's traditional is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not opposed to it.
Well, the thing I like about that portion of it is, again, to me, is it's tax free to them. I like that. My opinion. Right? So that to me is a good way to give them money without even costing them the extra money in taxes.
And we aren't paying social security on it.
Correct.
Or para or whatever we pay, it's just,
Correct.
so there is a little bit of a savings for us as opposed to giving them a 4% pay raise,
Right.
which cost us even more.
Right. So then the question is on the 4%.
And did we decide how it would be distributed? Was it 4% across the board or was merit?
Well, that's what, see where Karen was suggesting. There was like a 2% cost of living and then a 2% performance merit portion.
Or whatever, right now, it's just a blanket, and for the record, I'd say I don't like the 100% healthcare, because I think everybody should have skin in the game on something, so I like, so that everybody knows how much things cost.
That's interesting, yeah.
So I do, 80% is still a good benefit, they're good things, so I like that, so. I'd be up for more. The cash, just because I like that.
Okay, well,
I do like the sound of that, especially because I'm paying for Medicare now.
What do the employees prefer between those options?
Well, we haven't talked about what that would mean to the raise or not. So it's just, that's just one thing.
So right now they're paying 80%,
Right now,
but their personal premium is still going to go up. Whatever that is,
Correct.
150 a month, it's gonna be more.
right.
Okay.
What if you went to 90%? Yeah, I don't know.
Well, we can shelve that for now.
Yeah, I'd like to give this some more thought. I just don't know enough about the healthcare coverage. It's quite the benefit, and 100%, I've never heard of that. Not opposed to it, but
Okay, well, let's shelve that one for more research
Okay.
next time
sure.
and think about,
Well, I mean, it's not for me to decide. There's five of us.
but
She-
how would
you
you
decide.
like, how would you like to decide? And maybe that depends on other things too. Like I said, I don't like the flat rate, thinking about them all as performance raises. And saying, so if we are saying 4%. 6%, 5%, it's a 5% increase for salary. And then the rest of it is 1%, so 5% performance bonus for everybody.
So that's
Or not.
everything.
Maybe, and that's a bucket, so that's not what we're approving the money for that, but that could be 10% for somebody and 0% for somebody else. Because it's performance based. I do not remember the conversation where it was that my recollection was that mid-year inflation bonus was a mid-year inflation bonus, and there'd be something else later on. So I don't remember the discussion that we're doing it now, but you're never gonna get one later. So I did not have that in my head, that I thought the point was to get another one.
I didn't leave the meeting with that. Even. I don't recall it being that way.
That.
I thought that was a one-time standalone cash bonus for inflationary purposes.
And that there may be another.
See, and I thought it was for the working extra for COVID.
I think the conversation came out of, Director Hooks said that he wanted to move away from inflationary bonuses and into the performance base.
Yeah,
And I think during that meeting, there was a consensus to vote for a 5% bucket.
Okay,
But that's for next year.
it could be, but I think we probably had some miscommunication there. It would be great to have a bucket. It'd be great to have performance. We were all also in that time, we were talking about the HR company and what we were gonna do with all of that. So there's probably a lot of things going on. You have a different idea than me and you, so there's 3 different opinions on what we voted for.
Well,
What
that's
do you
the
think?
problem of, we lose track of something because we're talking about stuff from 3 months ago, from 2 months ago, from 5 months ago. That's why it's hard to track all this stuff. It does,
It's tough.
it decays, the information decays, and then we have to reintroduce everything.
Is anybody opposed to a COLA at this time?
I'm not opposed
I'm
to
not.
the COLA.
Okay.
I'm not opposed, but I would add to it that it would be impossible for us to match inflation at this point.
I agree.
So
with that.
whatever COLA we're gonna provide is just a portion of what inflation is. I would like to see something hybrid, like a smaller COLA mixed with performance. So everybody at least gets a raise because the dollar is evaporating before our eyes.
Right.
And then anything above that would be based on performance, just my feeling.
So what would you suggest? I'm gonna put that back into the employers' council memo, that everybody, they were kind of doing a 4.3 COLA. Those who were giving raises, we say, we're doing.
These are
4.3
proposed raises.
that were proposed. And then there may be an extra 1.2% for performance average.
Well, I gotta tell you something, so I don't wanna muddy the waters more, but like, where I came out of, you would be. Say like as a manager for myself, there was like a starting range and there was like you cap out, you'll get to a certain point
Right.
and it just doesn't matter. You're done, you're at that level.
Yeah, that's true.
And we don't really have anything like that. And then you have people. Did we ever, I'm sure we talked about it, but did we ever come up with ranges, hourly ranges for employees?
Or do we have them already?
Oh, yeah, they're in place.
So you have like a min max.
Yeah, it's It's 22 to $32 an hour for the average field techs. Minimum max.
Okay,
So that's, and everybody's in that range, you know, that minimum range. Well, you know, most, for a field tech.
Another thing, what kind of savings do we realize if we keep the healthcare benefit as is? I know it's still going to go up, our portion of it as well as theirs. But can we take those monies and add them over to these percentages we're talking about for COLA? For performance increases?
I'm sorry, say it again. We have to take
So,
which money?
so what I'm saying is we're gonna have, if we stick with the 80% medical benefit.
Okay.
And we don't increase it, there's a savings for us that maybe we can apply in part to this COLA that we're talking about, these performance rates.
So there's a savings from the proposed increases.
Right,
So instead of a 1% on there, do a 5% on core.
right. And I'm not necessarily saying to go that high.
Yeah.
But we can move some of these monies around. I don't know what the figures are though. I don't know how much we're gonna save if we stay at 80%. Maybe Doug knows, I have no idea.
Well, that, yeah, just, we can come up with version 2.2 and plug those in.
And the only thing that I will input is just a different perspective on the difference of medical costs for employees is from single to family. I understand that it's a very different cost. However, the perspective I see for all employees is it's more realizing your salary rather than you're getting a benefit better than the other person. So just throwing that out there.
Say that again, Doug.
Well, so a single person, they've been paying less this whole time. Person with a family's been paying more this whole time. But if you go to 100%, they're all realizing their 100% salary. So in my mind, that is equitable. But that's just one perspective.
Oh, I see what you're saying. If we paid 100% of all employees medical, then what you're suggesting is they feel that it's across the board, it's fair to everybody.
Right. So the whole time we've been paying 80%, you know, the family's been paying more, the single's been paying less. So that's the equitable part. So just wanted to put that piece out there.
Okay, so what you're saying addresses your concern that a single gets bigger benefit because at the current system,
Well, the family gets bigger benefit.
then no, because they're paying more right now than a single person because they have to pay something into it. Is that right, Doug? As opposed to everybody just getting it.
Right. So for a single person per paycheck, let's just round it off to $73 and a family's paying $182. Well, that's how it's been for quite some time. You going to 100%.
So that's every other week or once a month?
Twice, bi-weekly paychecks.
Okay, so then you have 2 times a year that.
month.
2 times, no, well, you have 2 times a year, you get 3 whopping paychecks, so you don't have to pay the extra $73 or $182.
Correct. Yeah, we have 26 checks a year. So there's 24 where deductions come out.
So the one's paying 146, the other's paying 364.
Right. So if you look at it as a single person, they pay, you know, X amount, but they're also only paying medical bills for that one person. And you have the family paying X amount. It's equitable. That's all I was trying to point out.
Right. So I guess I still look at those numbers more as they're tax-free. I mean, it doesn't take, so, and not that it's necessarily a lot, but I mean, if we pay that as opposed to, like, say if that portion was, I'll just make this up. So if we decided on X raise and that portion as a percentage or whatever came out of that raise, they're not paying taxes on that. So if it's, you know, if that $1,800 a year, whatever, at 15%, that saves somebody a whopping $300. On a family, it saves them $600. which is just kind of like free money in their pocket. So to me, that's an easier way to give them money at less cost.
That makes sense, sure. I'm really torn on this, because I like what you had said about it.
I do like, I think it makes sense. It makes more sense to me. Based on, sorry Doug, but it makes more sense to me to keep it that way. Because of what you're saying, I don't really know about you have to, everybody has to say the same, but if they are getting. If you're paying 80%. And the single person is paying in less than the person with family, then that means that everybody's getting a proportional benefit.
I agree with
Okay.
that.
So that makes sense. And when I hear equitable, that everybody has to pay, what I think that means is that nobody has to pay for it. And that the district still does, so we'll still have to cover that family. So it's not equitable per se for the district, it's just equitable for the employees getting 100, nobody has to pay for it. So I still like.
For premiums, yeah.
So I still like the 80%
So,
myself.
so Doug, when there's a family on one of these medical plans, it doesn't matter how many dependents there are, it's the same price each month?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be more inclined to lean the way you're going then, your suggestion. Yeah, I like the idea of keeping that. Even though it would be more cost effective for the district to pay it in full for tax purposes and everything. But I do like the idea of people being aware of medical costs and being part of it.
And just to clarify, those are just the medical premiums. This is not anything that
Right, there's
any
prescriptions.
employee has to pay for deductibles and max out of pocket, that kind of thing. That has nothing to do with it.
Are these pretty good plans? I mean, are there high deductibles or just in general?
So there are good plans, and the district, I believe it was 4 years ago, elected to invest in the HRA plans health reimbursement account. And with that plan, we went to higher deductible, higher out of pocket plans, sorry, to save the district on premiums, and then created this HRA, which has very low utilization, which is good, saves the district money. But we cut off the limit to where each employee has to pay their max out of pocket. So if, for example, a single employee max out of pocket's $5,000, they hit that, or they go over the old out of pocket, which is written into the plan, of $2,000. They get to $5,000, they get reimbursed the $3,000 from that HRA plan that is pre-funded by the district. And that has saved the district a lot of money over the last 3 years.
Did you do any comparisons, the account with personnel? Did anybody do any comparisons on benefit analysis?
I just did it as a whole. So when I did it as a whole, and like I compared them to Bancroft and Platte Canyon, they were virtually identical. I mean, they were probably within $1,000 and so they range total from probably 27 to about $29,000 with benefit. And so what I had all in benefits was medical, dental, vision. It also had like para, etc. So that all told, it was about, just to make the math round, about $30,000 per person. And it was pretty uniform.
It seems like a lot.
It is compared to industry. I mean, the state employees, like the para, it's probably one of the best plans you'll ever see. Like a typical person in industry, when they retire, get about 35 to 40% of their salary. Para is 80 to 85% of their salary. So it's a huge, it's double. I mean, what a corporate plan typically
Are
is.
district employees also participating in Social Security?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, so that, and like I said, that used to be the big trade-off to the the state or government jobs. That's what I was saying, was that normally the benefits and the other things were just so generous that the trade-off was there were typically lower salaries. And then what happened
Plus
was
job security.
typically, yes. Well, then what happened was probably back maybe about 15, even maybe even 20 years ago, the legislator voted and said, hey, what we're gonna do is we're gonna match salaries in industry. Well, the concept, obviously, so now if I'll just use accountants. So say if an accountant then was making 30 in an industry, they were making 40, they all got raises to 40. Which
Without
makes
regard to
sense
the benefits.
without regard to the benefits. But then one of the things like I'll use, so then say you went to, I don't know if you were here when we went into like some of the oil recessions, like in the late 80s.
Sure.
And all of a sudden, people in industry were losing their jobs and their salaries were cut to nothing. You know, people at the state and federal level, they benefit on the upside, but they didn't benefit on the downside. So it was only up. So it kind of, in a way, I mean, it's a great system. It's for them. It's not like when you equate it to industry, it's much more generous than industry. Is that a good way to put it?
Sounds good.
Yes, but it does. I don't know what the dollar amount, I don't know what the dollar amount is. I have numbers in my head, but I don't know if they're accurate anymore. And I don't know if when I was looking at different districts, okay, they would give me a dollar amount, but they wouldn't say if it was 80 or 100% funded. So I'd have to do some deeper digging into that. So maybe it'd be worth looking at that before making any other decisions too. It helps though to keep something equal so that you have something to compare it to. At least you can compare the benefits.
Well, if you, like I said, if you use state employees, it's pretty uniform. If you start comparing it, like we use an outside PEO called Co-Advantage. And so I just asked them to create a company for me, like from Colorado that had 22 employees and just give me their average wages, yada, 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 and benefits. The wages, of the people were actually about $2,000 less from the state employees, but the benefits were usually, so the average benefit of an industry employee was about $12,000 a year versus the 27 to 28 for the.
I had 12 in my head too.
So it was more than double, but again, if you put them in line with, like, if you're looking at water company to water company, they're pretty darn close.
Because they're both government and they both get the
Correct.
benefits.
Correct.
That's what I was thinking too, and I had that same number, but I don't remember, and I could be making it up too, 12,000 in my head. And that's why. That's another reason why I like keeping the health at 80%, because the benefits are good. They typically are in government.
Yeah,
Then
I'd be inclined to leave it at 80 and probably reduce the percentage for the pay. I don't know what that number would be. I'd like to study it further. But I like the idea of a hybrid. Everybody gets a basic COLA, recognizing, of course, we can't keep up with inflation. It's impossible, but give them some kind of COLA. And then the hybrid being, performance-based, anything above that. So I don't know if it's something we want to pursue this evening. It's rather.
Well, I was getting ready to fall asleep, but now I'm awake again.
Well, it'd be nice to put in budget 2.2, so Doug will roll up everything and say, oh, here's budget 2.2.
Yeah, this isn't gonna mysteriously happen before the next board meeting.
Well, so what, if you were to pick some number, what would you pick?
I don't know. I have told everyone this is not my wheelhouse. It is really not, and I'm listening to you because this is something you deal with.
Well, see, like that's an industry. So like when I literally at Co-Advantage, and again, I just went through them and was asking them. There are a lot of companies that are giving nothing.
I understand. So,
But that being said, you know, if I was to say from what they told me, an average is like in the 2 to 3% range. And then the question is like a performance kind of a thing.
So I came from a union, I had a union shop and I had salary people. I will tell you, the salary people, when I was a high performer, you know, I mean, I got really good ratings and I was 1.8, 1.6% increase. You know, the 3%, the 4, that just didn't happen. The union guys would get, and you know, on the hourly stuff, they would have a 5-year contract, right? And then like maybe in years 1 through 3, they got a 3%. Like they called it a Christmas bonus or bonus at the end of the year, they got a 3%. 1 year, nothing, and then something, you know, and it was all pretty static. That's why I'm not good at this, you know.
Well,
Because, you know, if you go from the salary range, I mean, if you had to live off of what we got from an aerospace industry at the salary level, it was never 3%. And if you go into the hourly level, then you were looking at the typical 3, maybe 4%, you know, but you never saw 5, 6%. And their benefit package was you had a 401k matching up to like $7,000. You had their healthcare was expensive. I mean, this is pretty damn good here. The para is like excellent. I mean, we didn't have anything close to that. So those are good benefits. But that's why I'm not good at this. I'm just trying to listen.
well,
And that's also why I wanted to get an HR thing, because we're trying to work like HR people right now, which is really hard.
well, I would propose that we stick with the 80% on the healthcare. Just to get us in the ballpark and see where it's at. Set the raise at 3%. That doesn't mean that's what we're going to adhere to. But see how it shakes out. Gives us a couple of weeks to study this until the next meeting. And then we can make counter proposals against the 3%. 2% being possibly the COLA, I'm just in round figures. Maybe 1.5% COLA, the other 1.5% based on performance. So a hybrid suggestion of 3% just as a benchmark to get us started.
Dave,
I'm like Jeff, I know my wheelhouse, this is not it, so
well,
no opinion.
Okay,
so you like the hybrid of this, still pay part of the insurance, right?
I like the 80%.
That sounds fine.
So we're all okay with that.
right.
So we would just stay with that. So, and then, so the percentage, let's go back to it. Is that a bucket that he uses? Is that that's, I guess, what I come down to. Is that just like a bucket as a percentage that then just can go after the basic thing? Or does it get capped at some point?
So it's 80% per plan.
Oh, sorry, I was talking about the as like a performance thing, Doug. Sorry, not on.
Just to give us a
Sorry.
starting point.
Oh, no.
Just to give us a starting point. Just in round figures, I don't want anybody to lose sleep over this. 2% COLA. Everybody, all the employees. Another 1% on top of that to be distributed based on performance. But again, a total of 3% in his bucket, just to give us an idea, something to study and target for the next meeting.
I'm
If
sorry,
you're
that's
opposed to it, if you're opposed to it, it won't hurt my feelings. It's just what I'm thinking of.
Right. Well,
sorry, that was just a little unclear. Can you repeat that,
Oh,
Roger?
no, let me see. Okay, 2% COLA across the board for all the employees. Another 1% on top of that based on performance to be distributed by Mr. Tyus. So a 3% bucket across for everybody, but 2% of that is for the COLA. And again, this is just a benchmark, something that we can look at, study, and compare, and come back here when we're awake in 2 weeks and better address this.
Okay, thank you.
But if you're opposed to it, it's okay.
I think it's a good place to start, so at least there's a number there. I'd like to.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, is just a number.
It's not solid, Karen, it's not.
No, I know. I've got a couple. One is a couple things. Tell me what you're looking, because it does give you a number here, it starts at 5. What, and are you thinking to be looking at, what's your criteria for making a decision on the 2% versus the 2% plus, so 3% or 5%?
I am leaning towards the low side. I'm basing it on what may be an oncoming recession.
Mhm.
But I think that's a guess. Anything can happen with the economy. I think the benefits are very generous. There's a lot of job security. And I would love to have that kind of job security during a recession. And I also would like to save our constituents some money. That doesn't mean I'm targeting 3%. What I'm trying to say is, I think it's a good place to start. Give us something to study and we can make a better informed decision.
Gotcha.
But I'm not inclined to go to 6% across the board.
Job security in a recession is a big deal.
Yeah.
And, yeah. Another thing is 1%. My problem with performance bonuses is that they should be based on performance, and so therefore not everybody is equal. So I'd say think about a bonus if you want to do another 1% on 10 or 20% of the employees, something like that, so that you would budget that in. Or you do, 1% on for everybody is just, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying 2% for everybody,
Yes,
no
but
questions asked. Maybe 1% is too low. We could make it 2% then to be distributed for performance, if you're more comfortable with that.
I guess I'm thinking, are you saying good job, everybody? Or is it this person, or is
No, it's
it
a paper for
pay for performance? But what was suggested,
We used to have this thing called the 9 high pot.
yeah,
You would have X amount of people you could put at 5%,
Excuse me.
which was 1 out of like 24 managers.
right. So
And
there's,
that was always given to the most youngest, newest manager.
is that right?
Yeah, that's exactly what would happen. You could be this high performer, super person, and you were always gonna be at 1.8,
Yeah,
1.6. And then they would have, you had X amount of people in this performance thing. You had, like, if we had a staff
Are you
of,
talking like a bell curve?
no, yeah, kind of. So you, look, you would break it out like, we were just talking about managers.
Right.
I'm in that group. I would be competing against all those managers for my pay for performance.
right.
They didn't give us salary people cost of living anything. You lived and died on performance. If you didn't perform, you didn't get anything. And when you really performed, you got just a tiny bit. So that's not what I'm saying here. I'm just saying the point is you have to break it down. If you've got a staff of 22, you can only do, there should be so much you do for the high performers down to whatever you do down to people that are just, coming in and doing the job they're paid to do.
So there's for budgeting thing. Budgeting for 1% for 22 people versus 1% for 5 people is different. So that's what I want to know. Is it a
That's the
percentage of-
manager's job. He decides, look, what he proposes 2% across the board. That's as I understand it. No questions asked. Then you have a bucket for pay for performance. The manager decides how that's spent. For
Yes,
his pay
but how
for
much
performance.
do you want to give in that bucket? is the
That's one
question.
person, okay. I don't know. That's the stuff we need to probably hammer out, and we're now gonna go into the 3rd meeting of not knowing what that is. That's why I kept saying a long time ago, for me, I need an HR person. I'm struggling with this, because even when I go out to try to do any research, I can't get it. It's not that I'm not trying, they just aren't gonna give it to me.
It's tough.
And here we
I
are.
do
at the-
not, I think that if we give it, no matter what, a percentage for all employees, that money will be spent. Right, so if you only want to give 5 people 1%. Then you should budget for 5 people for 1%. So that's what I'm asking.
I don't know. We don't know. I'm saying
would
that. I don't
say-
know.
Okay. I think, the question is 1% for 22 people. I think, I'm thinking more like 2% for 20%, what's 20% of people would be 4 or 5 people, say 5 people at 2% and budget for that. For performance
I'm open to that.
raises,
Sure.
so that there would be. Whatever,
I'm mostly looking for a target,
yes,
something that I can compare and contrast with for the next 2 weeks,
right,
at least the day before the next meeting.
Right, we're in 11th hour on this now. We do have to approve some budget next board meeting.
okay,
What if we just put in 4%? And then figure it out?
I'm open to that.
I don't like that, that's where we started out. I would like to make some of those decisions to make sure that everybody gets a COLA. And not just leave it in a.
Well, we can make that a COLA, like if it's a 4% budget and it's a 2% COLA, then there's another 2% bucket. That, and like, well, I guess I was assuming that 2% bucket would be for everybody,
So that would mean 4% for everybody,
potentially, yes.
yes,
Or as on an average. And you know, if Susie's the top performer, I don't know, does she get 7? And if Todd's the sucky employee, does he only get 2?
Yeah, that'd be my understanding.
Or if it's a 2% overall, that means one person gets 7% and other people get 0.
Well, no, because we're saying a minimum of 2%.
Well, yeah,
Minimum.
yeah, not the COLA part, performance part. If everybody gets 2% COLA, then you got. the
Right, so
performance.
say I'm a bad performer, I can get nothing. And if you're a super performer, you can get more.
Well, and I'm telling you guys, you're mixing salary with hourly. There's benefits to both. And then
Yeah.
that's problematic in itself,
it is,
when you're talking about this.
well, I've got, I can still talk, don't.
Well,
touch
so
me.
then do we need to divide the 2 groups out?
I don't know. I'm just trying to,
Okay,
But I mean, a percentage is a percentage.
Everybody's hourly, I'm low.
Oh,
so,
okay. well,
can we do the 2% base COLA, everybody gets 2% base COLA, and then another 2% potential raise, so
Right.
potentially everybody gets 4%. Unless Mr. Tice wants to use that 2% discretionary.
And do we address Mr. Tyus's salaries separately? I mean, is that part of this? We don't have to get into any numbers or anything, but is he part of this formula?
Well, I would think so, yeah.
I don't know. I'm guessing he is.
yeah, I would think so. Why would he
Okay.
be left off?
Well, because he's the one that's deciding. who
Well,
gets
we
the
would, I think
2%.
we'd have to decide his, but
Yeah.
I mean, he would get like the same COLA and then we.
Sure, okay.
If we want to have a special.
So
meeting.
4%, just as a rough target, 2% of it is COLA. The other 2% to be distributed based on performance.
Okay.
But I'm open to anything, I mean,
82.2. Right?
Yeah.
Did you catch that, Doug?
A little confused about the 80 part.
that's the healthcare.
That's the healthcare.
Healthcare's not
Okay.
changing.
Healthcare
Right.
is,
Healthcare stays the same and then 2% COLA and 2% performance, so.
But for clarification,
4% overall.
80% is gonna cost us more.
So it's a 4%
Paying more.
increase in the
No,
pool
it's the same.
for budget purposes.
Yeah, so basically, everybody's on the same ball field. Right now, insurance is 80-20, okay?
Yeah, but what I'm
So we're
saying,
not changing that.
the premium's going to go up, our 80% is.
Yeah,
going-
you're gonna get.
What's a dollar?
5%. And then 4% overall, where everybody gets a 2% COLA, and then tort pay for performance is somewhere around 2%. based on-
Okay, and that's going in version 2.2.
Yes. Are we good with that? For now?
Yeah.
Okay. Dave?
Yep.
Todd?
I'm good.
Okay.
I have more. Because of the hourly, I know, you're never getting out of here. I started
Get us-
11, it's not even midnight. One of the things that did come out of that employer council,
Well, let me ask, if I go to the bathroom.
Yes.
pick Rick.
All right.
Okay. Report was that a lot of people are. The trend is continuing to do that work-life balance, although I hear it's not a balance anymore, it's integration. You hear that?
No.
Yeah, you don't have a work-life balance, you just do it all the time.
Those are just words in my world. They talked about it, but I didn't exist.
You were integrated, yeah.
Yeah, I was integrated.
As a balance. So I would like to reintroduce the idea of going to a 40-hour work week. I think I might just write this up and bring it up at the next meeting. The budget can stay as it is. And we can budget for that time. But for that money, but I think we should look at, especially what I'm finding out with the size of our staff, and that we are doing things for emergencies and we have it ready, is that when you have an emergency or when people are called in for a staff meeting, then instead of doing overtime, you take off and you just try and keep it at a 40-hour work week. Because we should have
Oh,
enough.
so you're saying like comp time?
In lieu of.
Overtime.
So if somebody comes out for a water main break, they don't get overtime, they have to put down comp time.
Yes,
So it will change our whole asset care program, because then we'll get less work done. Because it is a function of work, because even though it's a water main break, they still have to come back to their regular duties and do that work, so we'll be less efficient.
So what we'd really just be saving is overtime.
we'd be saving in overtime.
Doug,
But it's also,
Doug, how much are we spending? Do you know what the number is? What's the annual overtime budget?
So we have in this budget, let me look at it. We had 70,000 total overtime for all employees.
so the other thing that that would help with, it'd be. You're saying that it decreases, but if we are staffed for emergencies. We have extra people for.
Yeah, but there are labor laws that might prohibit that, because if you work a full 8-hour day, you are legally obliged to work for time and a half. So that would be something that definitely needs to be looked into.
That's true. That's true. So on those days or how it falls.
Keep in mind, we're playing with fire now, because water runs every second of every day. You guys know better than anybody. So if everybody's working hard to keep the water running every second, it's measured in seconds. You can have a power outage, but very rarely do you have water outages for a system. So the staff is working really hard to keep that running every second of every day. So it's a delicate balance between keeping everything running. And then, the staff does have the opportunity to put down comp time already, or overtime. So they come in and work overtime. They do have, the choice to make that.
Well, they do have that option for comp.
Yeah, they can put it on their timesheet, say, instead of putting out overtime, we'll put down comp time, but
Yeah,
I just think to make something solid, because it will change the whole dynamics of everything we do every day.
right now comp time is only awarded if you're on call during a holiday.
Yeah.
Can we open that up to say, you have the option of comp time versus overtime? We should be able to do that.
Yeah, it's in the paycheck system.
Yeah, again, I would have to, pass that to legal, just because of the labor laws.
I'm telling you, somebody that worked with CBAs, that's completely legal, but yeah, go ahead and run it. So you can, you can do the option, you can do either or. You could I'll take the overtime or I'll take the comp time.
Yeah, I know salary is different than hourly, but
This was hourly union employees. It doesn't get any stricter than that, trust me. We literally have all kinds of people watching that all the time.
You would know better. I'm just looking at options because we do have double the staff in similar size systems. So double the staff for 8 main breaks a year. There are emergencies, there are breaks, but
20 water main breaks a year.
that's right, 20 water main breaks.
20 water main breaks a year, full staff, and yeah.
So it looks like there's a discrepancy there between the number of staff and how much the other districts are paying for those services and what we maintain.
I was just trying to point out that legal probably review it just to be safe. That's all I was
That's
saying.
fine. Yeah, I'm just telling you, I was allowed to do that and I was in a very constrained workforce.
Sure.
But yeah, that's the right thing to do.
Another change I would like to see, and I closed my papers on the bonus fund. We doubled the bonus fund last year because of COVID. That should go back to normal. And really, that's another government getting bonuses is out of my wheelhouse too, but that should go back to pre-COVID time. But I think we don't.
So is that a question?
Does everybody agree with that? Does anybody?
Yes,
disagree
but
with
is that's also a question to Doug. Did we budget?
We budgeted this year, 2022 is 24,000. Last year, we budgeted 12,000.
So Jeff, why are we budgeting for bonuses?
Tradition, we always, so I think, how many years have we budgeted for bonuses? Pretty, how many years does it go back, Doug?
As long as I've been here, but yeah, Karen's right. We did leave it at what was approved last year.
Yeah, so there's always been money in bonuses and it went up because of COVID, so. But tradition bonuses have been around for years.
What are these bonuses for? All the employees or?
Yeah, end of year bonuses for all employees. Equal amount.
So it'd be $100,
I think it was traditionally 500.
$500. Oh, it's 24,000, yeah, that'd be like $1,000.
Would anybody like to keep it where it's at?
Keep it where it's at.
Go back. I'm suggesting
Or
going
go
down to
back to-
500.
Yeah, go back to pre-COVID.
I think that's a lot of, I think that's, I'm sure I have more. Any other categories in here that we need to do big for next time?
Well, so one thing, Jeff, I'm gonna tell you. One of the things, and this is where the directors, or it creates this kind of cloud. Is if we have like a CMMS system, we don't know how we're billing out. We're paying people, we just know we have a staff, we know we do this kind of work. And I gotta tell you, when we're the ones that approve this budget every single month, we're signing that check without really knowing the metrics. And I've been asking for those for 5 years, and it's like, yes, we do a great job on all this kind of stuff. There's just no way for the directors to validate what happens. Yeah, we have a staff of 22, we do this much, I see the barcodes and, but it doesn't tell us what a CMMS, looks at all the things, like somebody's, my guys had work orders every day. And I could see how many hours you're spending per work order on, things which help me do asset management, we don't have that, do we?
Yeah, so when we put out the dashboard, we went to yearly on it, on the director or the district manager report. It shows every task that everybody does, the number of tasks they do year to date, and then we added the number of tasks they do on every subject matter on that dashboard every month too, but we went to every year because we cut back the amount of time for the district manager report. So it's on that district manager report just as a dashboard.
But it doesn't tell me, so look, it's the difficult thing, but it's like I had to be able to justify to my executive leadership. I had a staff of, 20 some people, And I had to be able to say each day, each hour, because we had billing issues, because yeah, we work for the government, right? Who works for the United States of America. And I had to justify why we were paying each one of my guys each hour. Where was that billing going to? You know, what are you charging your time to?
Yeah, so those are the tasks on the dashboard that is generated by Elements, which is the computer maintenance management system. So Elements generates those tasks and they complete those tasks just like a work order, and that's where they charge their time to. So you go out and camera so many feet of line, that's documented on the dashboard, and that's what their time is charged to. So we don't have like a cost center, you know, big companies, like when I worked for Coors for 27 years, we had cost centers that would track work orders. But since we're not that big, we just use Elements to track those tasks that you see on the dashboard, because there's no reason to charge it to a cost center, you know, for the purpose of billing, because it all rolls up.
So how do you know what each individual does every day? Because you can't be in the field verifying that.
Well, they meet every morning as a team, and they're assigned their tasks, and they go out and complete those tasks, and it shows up on Elements that their tasks are completed. And also they're tracked, you know, everything's tracked, everybody's GPS, everything's tracked, and we do have customers call in work orders where customer service will send them out on customer service tasks also. So everything's tracked. So basically, Green Mountain's a great place to work. It's an awesome thing. They treat the community good. We have great rates. They take care of water main breaks. They're skilled, and it's just hard because, you know, I do talk to, you know, everybody in this field. You know, my good friend Daniela at Arapahoe County Water, they're shooting for a 5% raise. Talk to Tim Lowe at Bancroft, they're shooting for 8% raise. Cynthia Lane shooting for a 6% raise. So, and then, you know, Bancroft pays 100%. You know, according to Tim, I talked to him, he said, yeah, we pay 100% of medical, and Cynthia Lane said we pay 90-10. So, you know, that's what we're competing against. So when it comes to our mission, vision, and values, you know, we're going to try to retain employees. So if supply and demand for employees goes up, we might get, you know, employees switching positions based on, hey, you know, Platte Canyon's paying more, Bancroft pays, you know, 100% of benefits. So that's why we put this, you know, there was reasoning and logic, and I sent all those numbers out by email of what other districts were asking for. Like, you know, Parker Water gave a 10% raise. You know, I found it interesting, the Pinery, which is south of Parker, you know, the district manager there, Heather, a good friend of mine, asked for a $3 an hour raise across the board, and the board said, yeah, no problem. So,
Wow.
so that's what we're up against, you know, because that's out there with everybody seeing it. So it's hard, you know, I'm a district manager, and trust me, I'm trying to do everything you guys ask me to do. Every single thing. I write it down, I do it, and then sometimes I give you guys this stuff, and then you act like you didn't ask for it, you know. So I'm like, oh crap, what am I missing? You know, just like the infrastructure replacement capacity, I spent a lot of time doing that. So yeah, this data we give you guys is backed up by a lot of research. So we're not trying to pull one over on you. Trust me, it's just we're trying to do our job the best we can, take care of our customers, have good water rates, protect the public health and environment, because we're all certified to do that. And we want to do a good job, and we want to live our mission, vision, and values. And part of that is generating trust, and it's tough to generate that trust. Trust me, it's a headache.
So because I've been a manager, and I absolutely appreciate your position, but you see some of these people up here on the board, we talk to those people and they ask us these kind of questions.
Oh yeah, that's why we put the rates up there, and that's
I'm
why.
just telling you, you don't see and you don't answer the questions we do, I guarantee you. You get your level of it, and I'm not diminishing any of that. Neither am I diminishing the work you're doing, but we're the ones that approve the budget, and we don't sit here like you do every day. So if it, depending on how all the information you give us translates, and you know, if it's not hitting the mark, and you know, like when I'm asking for a business case, I know I've asked that a lot, and I'm looking for valid business cases, because we're having to approve that, right? We're not sitting in here 8 hours a day. We're coming in here once or twice a month, and then we're processing. I got piles of paper at home. I mean, it is a lot. We are just very part-time people, and we've got a heavy lift having to understand and process and set direction. So please don't get sensitive. I know it's like we're pushing back, but that is our job. Because we represent the public, and the public is what hired us, and it is our job to push back on everybody. And it's a nasty job. I know nobody likes it doing this. It's a tough job. It's very uncomfortable, but somebody has to try and push back a little bit. We have to poke at stuff to make sure we're doing what we're supposed to do for the public. And I know you're doing that. Look, that's
Listen, that's the last thing I want is to come across as pushing back. So you misunderstood me. I'm trying to give you all the information I can to make sure you guys have it. And sometimes I feel like you ignore the information I give you. So I'll provide more information and more information, but sometimes I feel like I'm trying to hit an invisible target. It's just like, goes back to the infrastructure replacement due to capacity. We worked hard on that and now we're not addressing that. So it's tough on us as a staff to say, okay, what does the board exactly want? So we're working hard to give you guys what you want. So we're not pushing back at all. We're trying to give you information the best we can.
I don't think we're ignoring anything due to capacity. I mean, we're trying to come up with a capital budget for that to address that, right? Right?
Yes, right. And that's just it, but we took it off of the version 2.0. We took it off. So it's not as listed as infrastructure due to capacity. So it's listed as sewer improvements. But that's just one example. We're trying, I'm just saying we're working hard as a staff to give you everything we need. You guys need to help make these decisions.
And you know what, I don't think anybody, I don't question that, and I appreciate what the staff does, and especially like when Director Morgan and I were in here and you got the staff's all in and all up, and I appreciate that. I guess what I'm trying to, if you can appreciate, listen to what I'm telling you, we're part-time. We don't do what you're doing, and yet we have to make the final decisions on very important stuff. And if we're not digesting what you're giving us, if we're not understanding it, it's because we're not professional in the professional field here 8 hours a day like you are. This is a super high level meeting, and I try and keep working to get the stuff to where it's digestible and these people can understand it, these directors can understand it. On top of, I always tell people, do your homework, right? Don't come to the board meeting expecting to get educated here. That really infuriates me, and I understand your angst with that, and it should be that way. But at the same token, when there's a lot we have to process and that's the job. I'm not complaining, but you have to appreciate where we're at on that too.
Oh yeah, that's why I try my hardest, and the staff does too, to provide you all the information you need.
Okay.
I'd like to address a couple of those things too, because it's a lot of hard information and making decisions. But it's also the filtering of information and figuring out where to go. I hear what you say. I want to acknowledge that I hear what you say, and I appreciate everybody's work on all of these. But I agree with Director Baker too, that there are a lot of moving pieces. So for example, I don't think either that we ignored your capacity projects. My understanding is that what I asked for was the plan. And in your mind, you gave us a plan because you put it on the budget. But I do not think, my understanding is that we need the plan. So whether or not it's in the budget as such, it's secondary, because it all needs to be laid out as a capital improvement plan due to capacity. I'm happy to break it out as that one line item in the budget, but it doesn't matter because we don't have to list all of those projects. And that's where I think there was a misunderstanding, is that you did give us, you planned it all out, and that is great, but moving it off onto an official plan is still acceptable, according to what I know from Raft House and Denver Water questions. So I think we've got different pieces of things. as far as all the discussions tonight, it's been a lot of, you did provide a lot of information. And I appreciate all of the going back and forth and finding out what other districts are doing. It is interesting to hear that one district is doing 100% health plans. It's and then another one is doing 10% raises. And those are all high. So what it seems like we were asked was kind of to take everybody's best part. And that way would be competitive, but maybe we have a best part too. Maybe we have para and that compensates for not doing something else.
Well, I think that's part of the information, you know, when I talk about understanding right size, what's right sizing? Well, does anybody in the whole SDA world know what that is? Probably not. So, because nobody does that kind of pushback. You don't challenge, you don't look at that. It's just, you stick with status quo and you grow. That's, you know, it's a living thing. So when you're trying to go out and get these data points with similar sized districts and you find that their staffs are less than us and they do other things, I think it's fair for the board to ask, why do they do that and we do this? And I think that's a fair question. Am I missing something? No. And we get the information, to your credit and staff's credit, you guys do a great job of answering and trying to supply us with that. But understand, when we're trying to look above all this pile of information, you know, you try and look for the metrics outside of what we're doing to, are we where we should be? You know, it's we're straining on that. The fact that you have personal relationships gives you one up on us. We don't have that. And then when we go to these districts and we try and get that, they're like, hey, I ain't gonna tell Director Baker squat, and they don't. And then you fly up to some, what's that employee report?
Employee council?
Yeah, the employer council. That's just one thing. I will tell you, for whatever it's worth, when I would go into these union negotiations, I spent 9 months going over crap weekly with a full HR staff and our staff. It took that long just to figure out these wages. That's like an equivalent of a water board meeting. That's what I'm trying to tell you all. It wasn't taken lightly. And we are having to do all this stuff, like, you know, so it is difficult for us. You know, we're not trying to be troublesome or problematic, but I think everybody sitting here appreciates where we are. We work for the public, right? They elected us. And we're supposed to be the ones making damn sure we understand what we're doing and what we're approving. So I think that's why you get the, you know, there's this push-pull thing. It's like, we're very nervous about this and should be. That's the job.
Well, we want to, I mean, to me, you know, we want to safeguard the infrastructure. We want to safeguard the customers. You know, we, like, our fiduciary duty is to watch over things, and Jeff is right. I mean, it's not fun. I can tell you that. I can tell you from, like, every year at our company, when we go through performance things, there's people that are really happy and there's people that are not happy, and it stinks when you're the one that has to tell them. If you say, you know, Roger, you're just not doing the best job, it's hard to say. Even if it's 100% true, it's hard to tell the person. And it's never fun. And I'm not saying that you guys aren't doing a great job. I'm just saying having to question things is not fun. But at the same token, like, say, in my position, like, if our architectural firm, if we don't make money, we don't stay in business, we all lose our jobs. If I don't have it so everything stays in the budget, we can all lose our job. I mean, so and here I don't have that pressure. We have money. At the same time, there's that duty of balancing, you know, the aging infrastructure, all the stuff that's out there. And I mean, in my wonderful world, I'd love to give everybody everything, because that's the easiest and the best thing, and I'd like it for myself. But it just doesn't, like, I can tell you this year, chances are I'm probably not gonna get a raise. And it's not because I haven't done a good job, it's just because our cost, so much of our costs went up that it's probably just not gonna be there. And, I don't like it, but I also like having a job. And so there's, I don't know, it's,
Yeah, I come to
It's
this
just-
meeting with a bias where I'm working. Most of the staff just took a 20% pay cut.
Is that right?
Yeah. And, you know, I don't want to force that on Green Mountain employees or anything like that, but there's a lot of that going on now. So I'm concerned about the budget and how much
Right.
we pay and what capital costs we have and all of that.
Well, and that is the job, right? I mean. It's not a good, this is, you know, we hear, like I said, the stuff you guys don't hear, and the questions come to each one of us. That are always difficult to answer or be accountable to. So that's where, when we have these meetings, and it's like, it is, none of us are comfortable, like, oh, look, how do we talk about wages? You know, we'd all like to give everybody everything.
it's easiest.
It's easiest, and you know what? Yeah, everyone's, look, the district's in great shape, everyone does all that stuff. At the same token, when people are like, well, what are you guys doing about budgets? Why is everything going up? Why? We get the why? There's 100 whys. And then we have 4 or 5 hours to come in here and compress and answer all these whys. That's the job, not complaining about it, but we have to ask these questions. That's all I can tell you. That's my understanding. That's the fiduciary part of this. Fiduciary is not a easy thing.
Yeah,
So if we could summarize, we're going to be reviewing or planning on version 2.2, our next meeting, 2 weeks from today.
Yep.
Okay. And it's open for modifications, suggestions, changes. It's not carved in stone yet.
Like to Director Wickman's thing, you know, we can do some level of editing into the year, you know, around those kind of things. As long as we stay in the budget. And we can always vote to increase the budget too.
we can. I should ask, I guess we've probably done, I've got another bill now. But we didn't address this, I know. Director Hooks did before, but this increasing the emergency, the after-hour emergency calls from $30 to $50. Anybody
Did
agree
we
with
leave
that?
that in the open?
Yes.
I think, let me just put this one to bed for you guys. There's too much around this. Here's the industry standard. We didn't do it for my guys and I complained about it. If you are on call, the industry standard is you're paid 4 hours of 1.5 time and a half. That's the zero cost. You don't, that's not answering anything. That's you holding the pager or the phone. What the industry standard is, you get paid 4 hours of time and a half. That's a 0 hours charge. And then if they go out on a call, they're paid their time and a half. Just carrying the pager or the whatever device. Somebody should be compensated for that because their life, they have to modify their life. It's like, well, can I go up to Glenwood Springs and go in the hot springs? Nope, you can't because you have what's 1 hour?
Oh, yeah, we gotta respond within less than an hour.
So that person is tethered, whether they work or not, they are tethered to this district with a 1 hour constraint.
But are they being paid time and a half while they're waiting for that possible call?
No.
Yeah, yes, you give
It's
them,
just $50 a day.
you just give them.
Oh, you get $50.
They're saying $50 a day. I'm just telling you, the industry standard for blue collar is if you're the on-call Roger this week, you're gonna get 4 hours of time and a half paid to you because you're on call.
Well, that'd be a
Just to
lot
sit
more
in.
than this $50 then.
Well, that's why I'm telling you, it's not, you know, this $50 is not a big deal.
Do we want to go to the 4 hours automatic overtime when you're on call?
I've always been a proponent of it because I lived a lot of years on call. And I can tell you, it sucks.
And when they're on call, is it for 24-hour period or?
7 days.
There are 7
There's
days.
7 days.
Yeah, that's why you can't get too far from home. You can't sit there and like, oh, I'm gonna have 2 beers because that second beer might put you over, and one beer could put you in problem with Jeff Tyus or working driving.
So you're
these-
an alcoholic.
Well, yeah, I'm an alcoholic. You can't climb in these trucks because you're a CDL license. I don't know what the threshold, I don't know what it is, but it's zero.
So to
So it's-
uncomplicate things, instead of going to the hours, why don't you just agree to the $50? That would be easier to me.
That's my point, at least that, because it is a very heavy burden when you're on call.
That's
trust me.
$50 a day,
Yeah,
and you're also working your 8-hour shift,
yes.
and you could get called up an hour after dinner.
5 minutes, you leave here and you go down to Safeway and you gotta pick up your kid or meet your wife or husband or whatever, and you get called. You just splashed your plans, you're in another vehicle or getting dropped off, and your life, your family revolves around you being on call 24/7 times 7.
Well, I have no problem with the $50 per day under those
You
circumstances.
should, it's a heavy burden on whoever's on call, trust me.
How often do they get called, just roughly?
It doesn't know, it's like playing Russian roulette, you don't know if when you're gonna get shot.
But I mean, on average, once a week, twice a week?
It's, the world is dynamic.
The main on-call guy, because they have to deal with communications failures, are getting called
All the
multiple
time.
times a day.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's
Go
It's a
ahead.
random schedule. So everybody gets put into a hat. We pick out who's getting on call which week. They get pulled out of the hat, doesn't matter which holiday. That's the week that they are the on-call person that you guys are talking about. And then you also have a four-man crew that volunteers.
Well, $50 is easy decision.
It's called cheap insurance for whoever, when you need these people to be responding within an hour, that is super cheap insurance. And I have no problem doing that.
Doesn't need to be increased. Down to
Well,
50.
I just told you, I think with the
Yeah, but
industry
you-
standard, if you want to authorize or have Doug put in the budget that they should be paid 4 hours at inch and a half, that is the industry. standard.
I like the $50 a day. It's easy, it's flat, it's done.
$100 a day would be closer to time and a half. Right?
I don't know.
And it's just one person per day that's in this status.
No, you have 5.
Or there's 5 of them.
Right, but in the budget, it was just recommended for the on-call person. So just the one, like Roger was saying.
Just the one person.
The other people are saying they'll go out to make the extra money.
Yeah, if there's a water main.
Oh, they'll get paid
Something-
overtime for the.
Right.
Right, they get the $30 a day, 50 on the weekend, but the on-call person was getting the same pay, but responsible for all the calls. So that's the reason for the increase.
Yeah, $50 is easy, I'd go higher.
Let's just stay there. Let's
Okay.
We're circling the green here.
Did it, I want to bring up one last point of. It was brought to my attention, last time we had a meeting, I thought that I missed the budget being released on the web. For review, that was a draft budget. And Amara had seen it and found some things of concern that she brought up. That was before we'd had a chance to look at it and address it ourselves. And so that's why it's a draft process. And it was brought to my attention that it was not released to the public. It was not online. So there was a reason for that. The reason is that the drafts go and then we can talk about it. So we have a chance to reflect our mistakes. Not a matter of hiding things, but it's a matter of giving us a chance to actually work at it and look at it first before you release it to the public. And that's typically the process. So I don't know where the process broke, but it did break this time.
Well, I gave it to her.
Well, that's why. And we did have a chance to correct, I think, all of her concerns.
Yeah.
So, but in the meantime, she had to worry about things and we had to worry about things, so. Give us a chance to maybe fix it. So nobody has to worry.
All right. Can we go ahead and shut this down then?
I move that we adjourn.
I second it.
Discussion? No discussion? All in favor of adjournment, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We have 5 ayes, 0 nays. The meeting is adjourned at 10:18 PM.
Holy moly.